Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this back to the I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to the SOB run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this back to the I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to the SOB run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this back to the I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to the SOB run. click, click through to the send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click, click through to the send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click, click through to the send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click, click through to the send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click, click through to the send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click, click through to the send this box to be a so big fun. click through to the send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so good. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so good. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so good. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a so big fun. you know when it click through. Try to send this about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this about to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this about to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this about to be a so big fun. You know when it click through to the system is about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through to the system is supposed to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through to the system is about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through to the system is supposed to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through to the system is about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through to the system is supposed to be a know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when the click through. Try to send this spot to be a slow beat run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this back to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when the click through. Try to send this spot to be a slow beat run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this back to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when the click through. Try to send this spot to be a slow beat run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this back to be know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a show, be fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a show, be fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a show, be fun. You know when it click through to the system is about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so slow. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through to the system is about to be a serious I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so slow. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through to the system is about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so slow. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through to the system is about to be a serious I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so slow. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through to the system is about to be a so big fun. know when to click through. Try to send this about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when to click through. Try to send this about to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when to click through. Try to send this about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when to click through. Try to send this about to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when to click through. Try to send this about to be a so big fun. You know when they click through, try to send this box to be a show, be fine.
Long ago in a galaxy not so far away, we have traversed through the land and the sea to find the best of the best that we have to offer in such a fantastic region. I'm Landon, also known as Yolo Lee, and joining me once again today is going to be the one and only Sir Cloud here. Sir Cloud, and of course all our amazing viewers, welcome to the Samsung Odyssey Cup Campus League for the playoffs. Bro, you're finally here. Glad to see you here. I love the fact that we're both, dressed for the occasion.
Oh yeah, in very achievable fashion, I must say. Yeah, and like what you mentioned, right? We are already in the playoffs, so basically these are teams that came from the best of their regions, of their respective regions, and the Odyssey Cup Campus League is dedicated to student PC gamers, ladies and gentlemen. In case you just joined us, we'll also reintroduce the format to you guys.
All right, and of course, speaking of which, I have definitely briefed you guys many times 2 weeks before this, but let's quickly get up to the more updated one for the playoffs alone. So during our open qualifiers, we had four regions going head-to-head as you find the best of the team to represent. Only one team can only proceed forward towards the country finals, which actually this is the one which is the playoffs here. So during the playoffs, we are going to be utilizing the best of three format here as they slowly advance their way forward here in the course. And now we are getting into it. And remember, this is the double elimination one as well, Sir Cloud. So in other words, unlike the other regional qualifiers that we have within the four regions, our grand finals will be the classic best of five here.
Oh yeah, and after all that action, this is what they will be gunning for. A total prize pool of $10,000 US. Woohoo! And the champion itself will bring home $4,500 US. The second place will take home $3,000 US. Third place take home $1,500 US, and fourth place $1,000 US. In other words, Yololi, nobody's going home empty-handed.
Yeah, which I think is pretty great. And of course, Sir Cloud, as someone of your stature who's been here in the East, in the Malaysia's or Southeast Asia esports scene for the longest of time, I think you can agree with me that if we were to go back in time, we will never see this kind of prize pool for a campus league tournament. Never, whatever you could ever imagine here.
Oh yeah, not at all. But of course, the journey will not be easy for all these teams. Here are your amazing teams here, ladies and gentlemen. Team Victory Pals, Wretch Heaven, Team Tsunami, as well as Team Shudder. All these teams representing their respective regions, and like what we have explained earlier on, they qualified from their respective regions. They were champions in their own regions, and now it will be, in other words, the Clash of Champions.
Oh, man, this is the one where all the teams will be waiting for, right? Like all the trials, all the tournaments, the team they had the best to get to this very starting line. Although yes, it feels like, I know we did hype it up initially during the regional qualifier. It feels like they finally got through one hurdle, but sadly this is going to be another bigger hurdle because this is the end game now. This is the one we will actually crown a champion who's the best of the best among all of this region here, and I'm going to be the one to walk away with that 4,500 USD. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, a lot of grocery money for a factor. But of course, Sir Cloud, we have a long schedule for us here today. Here, starting off, we're going to be broadcasting our first series. This is Victory Pals versus Shudder from Malaysia.
Oh yeah, so these two amazing teams. This will also be the first time that they face off each other, and you yourself have been spending some time with these teams during their respective regional qualifiers as well. So you definitely have a feel, have a taste of how they have performed at that stage. But here, it's going to be a different ball game for all these teams because we're going to put together the best of the best together. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be jumping straight onto the draft for game number 1.
Man, you know when you say that I have a good taste of all the teams, I believe I actually can really agree with that. But then again, I don't think I got the full course for all these teams because, you know, it was definitely a battle within their region. But, you know, sometimes we're not sure how the team will fare against teams. Every region have their, you know, their own ideals, their own play styles. Yes, while we will see a couple of similar bans and picks here, but there will be some unorthodox ones, something like Victory Pals like to play, right? So especially after the patch 7.3663B, right? One would usually assume that we won't see a lot of Shadow Shaman, but no. Victory Pals was one of the few teams from the Indonesia side who has been picking Shadow Shaman in almost all of their games. But I mean, of course, could have been the drafting, could have been the comfort pick, but this is what I'm saying, like in an example where, you know, every region have their own style of taking or how they play out the game.
Yeah, and Shadow Shaman is one of the OG heroes in the Dota realm as well. Used to be known as Rasta back in the day. So if anyone says
people still call it Rasta.
Rasta is Shadow Shaman, you know how old they are.
I mean, they're the real OG, not the real the Dota players.
Yeah, exactly. But you mentioned about like Shadow Shaman being one of the top picks for Victory Pals especially. And so far, Shudder looks like they're not prioritizing banning that. So maybe they're going to let this one go.
The thing is this, right? Is that kind of thing? Sure, there will be some heroes like. There's not a lot of intel that you can play off with this team. Like the only intel of VODs that these teams have would be the broadcast from these past 2 weekends here. And at times it could be enough and sometimes it may not be enough. But I guess from the Shadow's point of view, from our Malaysia team, they just figured out, you know, like Shadow Shaman is something they can still play around with. And I'm not a big fan of Shadow Shaman either because, you know, you're still pretty sure you got a lot of CCs, you got great tower pushing with the Serpent Wards. But, you know, Shackle, you're pretty much very stationary. You're like standing in one spot, pretty much begging for punishment at times. So I think Shadow is not too concerned about it. But then again, speaking of concerning post 5s or post 4s, Dark Wheeler is definitely the one taking the top of the list. Even in the pro scenes, Dark Wheeler has been like one of the most picked supports here for many reasons here. But of course, it's gonna be a real situation for Victory Pals, even if they want to pick very mobile heroes like the Centaur, Spirit Breakers. Yeah, they don't like Willow. They don't like it with all the brambles. It's such a massive AoE route.
Yeah, and Tiny as well is a good pick, and I would say it's a pretty safe pick as well. Like even in pro scene, Tiny is a very popular hero. I mean, it can also come up with a lot of AoE damage, has good balance of stun, and also can go up to the high ground, can take down towers pretty quickly as well.
Oh yeah.
So this is a very safe pick, I must say. Of course, the only downside with the Tiny is that the attack speed is pretty slow. But when it comes to team fights, because of the AoE damage and AoE CC, Tiny is very effective in team fights.
Yeah. He will definitely get better over time, right? You know, that's where itemization comes in too, you know? To give it that nice boost. But and also just to add on top of that, right? It's just him being a strength hero that has much durability is definitely a very big plus for Tiny. And you know, in drafting, he's very flexible. He can go core, he can go support. So doesn't really give a clear-cut idea of what Victory Pals have. But it's definitely something that Shudder will not really put at the back of the mind, but they will definitely keep it on top of their head. Like, okay, you know, this Tiny could go either one of these roles. Or let's try to pivot in the roles that we like. And of course, a lot of these bands, I love it. You know, a lot of these bands has been bands that's really great in the patch so far, but at the same time, it's maybe direct to a particular set of heroes. But I do love the last band for Dragon Knight. He's too strong in every lane. Like it feels like whatever lanes he goes to, he's just too powerful.
Yeah, and also the Keeper of the Light being taken out as well. A very strong CC hero, especially when it comes to team fights and the very strong support as well. So looks like they're not a fan of it. But we did talk about earlier on about the Shadow Shaman. So looks like for Shudder, up until now, and they only have 2 bans left, they chose not to ban the Shadow Shaman. But your explanation does make sense. It's a very vulnerable hero and it's easily counterable. A lot of single target skills, so it may not be the most effective when it comes to team fights. But Victory Pals, they say, you know what? Whatever you guys think, we still think that thank you very much for opening up the Shadow Shaman for us. They're going to take the Shadow Shaman for themselves. But if I were to look at it, having the combination of Shadow Shaman and Tiny, their pushing ability is actually pretty solid.
Honestly, it could even be a post for Shaman because like Victory Pals, the Shadow Shaman they usually play with is usually they run the Shadow Shaman as the post 4 and they pair it off with another CC or stunning offlaner to play with here, like the Centaur, which is actually one of the few go-tos as well. And Centaur's also pretty strong in the patch. But now with the Dark Willow, it's it's a massive root area, right? That kind of thing. And once you get the shard, even the Cursed Crown also will spawn additional brambles. And with the new facets, oh man, it's crazy. It's a lot of things to deal with here. So, but if they're able to make it work right, they can actually really snowball with the Shaman. But of course, this is on the conditions where they're winning all the lanes, that kind of thing. But we'll just see how the game pans out. How they really interactive. But like I said, Shadow's not a big. Team Shadow is not a big, Shadow Shaman is not a really big concern for Team Shadow. They're like, we'll be able to play around it. I wouldn't be surprised even if they go for like an offlane Night Stalker just to make it a little bit more harder for the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, but you don't want to overly focus on the Shadow Shaman. But I do like a Night Stalker as well. I mean, it not only counters Shadow Shaman, it counters a lot of these melee heroes, especially team heroes like Tiny as well, can be countered by the Night Stalker as well. And so happened before, earlier today, I actually had a game and one of my opponents actually played Shadow Shaman.
You never invite me? I'm so sad.
I'm sorry, man. I don't drink enough water,
I saw you open Dota as well. So I was thinking, okay, this guy is gonna invite me anytime now. Anytime. Never happened. I'm so sad.
I'm guilty as charged, Your Honor. Oh man, but yeah, the cluster clock, the face set, like what you mentioned, I find it kind of annoying. But of course, that was in a regular ranked game. I believe that when it comes to this kind of competitive settings, teams are more coordinated. I would think that Shadow Shaman will go for the Massive Serpent Ward faster instead because you want to try to finish up the game as quickly as possible.
That's true, but I think so far, people prefer the cluster. Oh no, again. I mean. Not just Shadow Shaman, even Sand King. 7.36, actually, I'm very surprised to even see the Sand King because, in 7.36B, in my opinion, the biggest loser for that entire patch was 3 people. One of them was Shadow Shaman, the Sand King, and the Zeus. Mainly because of the fact of the very big chase for Shadow Shaman, the Cluster Clock. You no longer, especially Hex in particular, you don't have that magic amp anymore. There's a lot of nerfs for it, especially for your shard. Previously, for Shadow Shaman Shard, you could just you don't have to commit a full duration of Shackle on the creep waves. You just commit it less than a second and it spawns 4 Serpent Wards, right? And it stays for a couple of seconds before expiring. Now you can't do that anymore. So that's why that was one of the big nerfs. Sand King hurts a lot more because he had one facet where his Sandstorm will actually follow him wherever he goes. Yeah, he usually if you remember the traditional Sand King, if he walks out of Sandstorm, it disappears, right? It expires, it's gone. But now it doesn't. That was one of the strongest thing of the Sand King during the 7.36. Sorry, 7.36 when it first came out. But they reduced the radius. They also added the fact that you can no longer burst right to reposition the Sandstorm. So it was a very big hurt for Sand King. So to see it back here is relatively quite surprising. I mean, the Scepter can be quite a nuisance, especially for long drawn-out fights, particularly for the Shadow Shaman, since he's definitely going to be standing still. The Tiny doesn't like it. The Ursa, well, great pick. Sand King's not going to have a fun lane. I can guarantee you this for sure. It's not going to be a fun lane. Ursa just completely wrecks melee offlaners, and I love it, right? So to ensure the potential that the Ursa doesn't get countered, they actually locked in the Slaughter. So strong initiator, and also pretty flexible. Can go off lane. Works pretty well.
Yes, when it comes to
10 seconds remaining.
so the strength of Shudder at this moment, I believe, is still
5
in
seconds
team fights, right? So if you kind of think about it, like Dark Willow, lots of CCs, Sand King, big AoE CCs as well, and you got a Bat Rider with a stick in the
Dire
palm
team
that can
back.
amplify damage taken by whoever.
Mhm.
Especially when it starts to get stacked up. And then you got the
Radiant
Morphling
team
here,
back.
who also has its own AoE abilities and can come up with a lot of damage at the late game stage as well. So it does seem like Shudder, they're going in for all-out team fights or even pickoffs during the laning phase.
Radiant
As compared to
team back.
Victory Bells, how I see it is that Ursa is going to be combined with a Shadow Shaman on the laning phase, and if they can get in a good Shackle, Ursa will need to finish off its opponent really quick as possible. So that will be trying to dominate the early phase. But when it
10
comes to like the mid
seconds
phases, I see a lot of pushing ability for
5
Victory
seconds
Pals, and
remaining.
it seems like Victory Pals, they want to finish off the game fast, especially if you're going up against a Morphling that will be very strong in the very late game.
Yeah, I definitely could see the quick switch up as well. It may not even be the it may not even be the Shaman post 4 anymore. It could be the post 5. I mean, depending who they play off with. I mean, Shaman with Ursa, Shaman with Slaughter. You got really like high kill potential lanes on the side of a Victory Pals. Decent amount of CCs, good initiation as well, good mid game because we're looking at like 4 Blink Dagger heroes as well. So and like pretty great BKB heroes as well. So that's been pretty great. Shard on the other hand is
Dire
like
team pick.
if you don't count the Morphling, we're already seeing like. You're already seeing like majority is like just magic damage and CC as well, so which is pretty much all counted on by BKB. So like once the Slaughter, once the Ursa gets the BKBs, it's pretty much rendered useless in the face of the Sand
10
King and the Dark
seconds
Willow.
remaining.
But of course, the Flaming Lasso is BKB piercing, but you only can
5
latch onto
seconds
one.
remaining.
I mean that's until you get the
Radiant
Scepter,
team
then maybe you
back.
can catch 2 at the same time.
Templar Assassin.
Last pick here, and I'm actually very surprised that Templar Assassin wasn't even banned out from either side. No, both have respectively different goals here, particularly Victory Pals. They saw the lineup for Shudder. They say, you know what, they are really dependent on a tempo hero, something elusive.
10
They really
seconds
get in
remaining.
and get out. They really set the pace here. That's why we see the Storm Spirit ban, the
5
Ember Spirit
seconds
ban.
remaining.
I thought maybe they might actually try to go for the Void Spirit if we're going for this path, or even a Your Spirit mid, but no. They saw an opportunity with the Templar Assassin, and also maybe they feel the
Choose
need
your
for
hero.
more damage. So Shard also gets a decent amount of CC with the Silence. I think that's also pretty nice to have. Or Victory Pals with the Tonison with that means this is gonna be the mid primal. Tonison's gonna be coming to the mix as well. Strong, and if you were to compare between the primal and the Templar Assassin in terms of their roaming potential and maybe their tempo setting, primal does it a lot more better at a much cost efficient timing as well. Not very high cost dependent, not high cost skills like Storm Spirit with the mana cost. Pretty great with the onslaught as well. Pretty devastating too. So we won't see Templar doing that kind of movement plays in the mid, like in that early to mid game transitioning, as well as the primal.
10
So yeah, pretty like just from the drafting alone, pretty tough call. Any like preference here though, Sir Cloud?
Oh man, I kind of do like a faster paced game, so my preference is probably onto Victory Pals, but I do worry on their mid battle because Templar Assassin versus a Primal Beast, Templar Assassin would dominate the Primal Beast in the mid battle itself, but that doesn't mean that Primal Beast needs to stay at the mid, like what you said, right? His strength is on the rotation ability, and he can get to side lanes pretty fast to support his other teammates. So probably again, the idea is for them to win the lanes and try to wrap things fast as soon as possible. Because if you kind of think about it, if you allow Templar Assassin and also Morphling at the late game, you have two very strong late game heroes there. I'm pretty sure they must be thinking to themselves that they have to end the game before a certain amount of time.
Yeah, I agree. But there is also some limelight in this as well, because like I said, when it comes to like fighting brambles, like fighting into the brambles, like mobility heroes doesn't really like that. So things like Spirit Breakers, things like Centaurs, things like Primal and Ursas, who really needs to like really run down your opponents. The Bramble just really slow things down, at least until you get the BKB here. So maybe some really nice timing Brambles. You could get some saves. You could maybe even make the rotation didn't really worth anything at all. It just be more like a waste of time here. But you know, like I say, it depends on how the game pans out here, and it's very scary because Victory Pals has very dominant lanes. But of course, Sir Cloud got the call. We're finally here. It's the first game of best of 3 of the playoffs here. Not sure who's gonna be taking it this one here. I'm not gonna call it out because I've been proven wrong many times before.
So you're not going to tell your preference then?
Oh, I mean, preference-wise, man. I gotta give it a Victory Pals, man. That is all the lane seems very scary. It's very horrifying.
Except for the mid lane. I mean, that's my opinion at least. But when it comes to like the side lanes, I think, yeah, Victory Pals, they do have a very solid side lane. And if you kind of think about it, if you break down to the numbers, well, that's 2 out of 3. And that's majority of the side lane. And of course, that would give them a very good edge in the early stage, assuming theoretically it happens that way. And if they can snowball from the early stage to the mid game, well, I mean, Shudder, I'll be a little bit worried for Morphling and as well as Templar Assassin. I worry that if that's going to be the case, those 2 heroes won't have space to farm.
I mean, it's pretty tough. I mean, mid, I don't think we're going to be seeing that brawl. I do love a brawl match, and mid is probably not going to be one of the places we won't see much brawls because I think it's going to be a pretty static lane. I mean, sure, we might see a little bit of aggressiveness coming from Tonison trying to get one edge over the Templar Assassins because, you know, in the end, Templar Assassin is still still a range hero, although not the longest of range. So it's still within like the catch range of Tonison. But the side blades is just gonna as he hits the creep waves, the side blades is just gonna naturally just poke out Tonison in this lane here. So, but you know, mid lane, regardless of who doesn't have the best of lane, they both can just easily just have ways to really bring back to the game. Oh man, the aggression comes in already. But let's see what I mean, right? If Barry's not having a good lane, he's a fantastic jungler. If Tonison is not having a good lane, well, he can go to the jungle, but like I said before, the fear of Primal is the ability of mid rotation. So get gang other lanes to support them if anyone's having a little bit of a tight spot. So you're not necessarily like feeding Barry either way, since you're not even in the lane or dying to Barry in the lane. So,
but look
we'll just see how it goes, you know.
Yeah, just look at the level of pressure, right? I think this was something that we kind of expected as well. Like a Barry will be very, very strong in the mid lane just by the side plates itself. Tonison doesn't stand a chance. Yeah. And plus, Tonison is a melee hero. Side plates are direct counter to melee heroes. He can't even get close at all. But the good news for him is that the creeps are being pushed to the tower, so at least that will give him some farming chance. And I don't see Barry really focusing on the knives there at the mid.
Yeah, the refraction definitely changed a little bit, so it doesn't last as long. But top side, wow. Especially, you really can't mess with the Batrider. Like, Batrider, we've seen Batrider cores go to the mid lane. You get a couple of stacks on that sticky napalm, and you just get those right clicks in, and it just hurts. It ridiculously hurts. Doesn't matter if you're the tankiest hero in the game. If you take too many stacks of sticky napalm and take additional right click damage on top of that, yeah, you will melt and burn away. So, top side, yeah, definitely the early phase, not gonna be easy for sure. Like the slaughter and tiny timing definitely pops out a little bit later. Maybe we might see a little bit of contention around level 4 for sure. But for now, level 1, Batrider just totally overwhelms, and the Morphling is just there, you know, just to give moral support, you know, for now.
Right. I realized that Mango Rose is playing. So this guy, I have casted many of his games, and he plays an amazing Morphling. So this guy is the guy to watch out for. He is very, very strong, post 1 player. He has been very, very consistent, very young as well. So his mechanics are very, very solid. So just by looking at him, and for me knowing him from the many games that I've casted, this is the guy that we need to look out for.
Yep. Here we go again. 6. Oh man, 6 stacks of sticky Neva. That hurts. Yeah, the trade is not gonna be easy. Can he get the burn off? Oh yes, he can. 6 stacks. That's a little bit too much for him to deal with. Bonus on the other hand, Got nice brambles to go for the setup too. Had to really play around it, yeah. I think oh no, he's actually still he still went for the facade for the movement for the movement Sandstar Good shackle, but it's gonna be cancelled out by the Burrow Strike. He thank God for Fairy Fire, so he's definitely gonna be still alive in the game here. Shadowrun also buys enough time for Jutsu here against the Ursa. I think he's gonna be fine.
Oh, but very dangerous play there.
The foul
My
play.
goodness, that was so dangerous. Nice Burrow Strike though, but then again, the kill still went through, but here we go. This is what we talk about, the rotation by Tonison and his capability of going through lanes really fast. And with that, I would say that the Victory Pals, they won the bottom lane.
I mean, for that fight, sure. Like, I think bottom side will see the most brawls, but the top side, yeah, because you know it's range against melee as well. So definitely the range will have the harass advantage here at least. Especially it's a Bat Rider who just loves the long throw-out brawls here. Sure, support for a core, not really the best of trades in my opinion, but hey, you know, they thought they could try to equalize it. That was until Tonison comes in rotation here. So like I said, right, Primal doesn't necessarily have to dominate the Templar Assassin. It's already expected to know that Templar Assassin is such a strong hero in this meta too. So he's fine with it. His goal is just to try to aid into the rest of the lane here. Slada and DP, the Tiny, well, they just need to buy the time, really buy their time. Just get the levels in, get the levels out. Once they do, then Tonison try to go for the rotation. Then we might see a couple of action here. I will admit, it's not going to be easy to get on top of Mango Rose, who's the Morphling. Definitely not easy. Maybe need the Shaman for a fact that. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of CCs from the Tiny and the Slada, but you know, they still need to get within range here. And dude.
Oh, that's it. Yep.
DP. and the crazy thing about it as well, Sir Cloud, is that if you try to outrun the Bat Rider, you just can't because of the Flame Break cast rate. It's just so far.
Another attempt right now at the bottom lane onto Melt this time, but a counter shackle onto Yuhang. And here we go. Amadea is going to come in from behind. Oh, Yuding is definitely going to go down here. Nowhere to go. Oh, nice Burrow Strike. Prepared to get away.
Not enough damage. It's just a level 2 Tiny, so the amount of damage you can output from your Toss Avalanche combo is just really not enough. No way.
It was a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, level 2. And I thought that he was a little bit more higher level than that. But anyway, I guess it was at least a good attempt to shoo away their opponents from Shudder.
He died like 3 times to the top side, and twice from Bat Rider alone. So it's rough. It's really rough. It's like, because okay, I don't know about you, but I categorize Bat Rider in the same category with Viper and Dazzle, which is just dumpster heroes. Like heroes designed to just destroy the lane. I destroy the hero in the lane. You just can't 1v1 these guys in whatever levels because it just hurts. It's just too much to deal with. Sure, I mean, of course, Dota is definitely not a solo game. It's still a team-based game. So we'll see the DP. I'm pretty sure DP and the Slada will get their revenge later on.
Oh, check this setup up. Okay, Yutsu shows himself. The Bramble Maze comes in. And it's 1v2. Do they have enough damage? But the counter from Yuhang came in from the other side though. And now Loomis is in trouble, comes in with the shackle, but what can he do about it? Not do anything, not enough damage. Has to TP away, will be able to TP in time. Malaya is safe, but they lost one player in the process.
They just really wanted to try to get the
wow.
Yeah, you see, I mean, this is the problem, right? It's not very easy to get on top of Mango Rose, but then again, he doesn't have enough mana.
Right.
He did manage to switch it to the strength stats, but just enough to really get the pick off here. And I think if he had a little bit more money, he probably could have tried to gotten away with that too. But it's fine. You know, they managed to at least give some breathing room to the top end here. That pick off is pretty like, it may not seem like a lot, Sir Cloud, but like it's just enough EXP, right? It's like, oh, finally a break, you know? For the constant harass, the constant pokes here. Finally trying to catch up with the level race here.
Yeah, because they have to break the momentum of Mango Rose as well, right? Because he was lacking up a lot at the top lane. So they have to cut him at some point. So great work there. I mean, they commented 3 players to go get him, but that's okay because he is quite way ahead in terms of leveling and experience.
Yeah, but with this kind of situation for the Tiny is from DP, who is the Tiny, don't think we're gonna be seeing that Blink Dagger at minute 11 here. It's definitely gonna take some time. It's like second last. He's definitely second last in the network, so he's only like 50 goals. So definitely not a really fun game for the Tiny as he goes up against the Bad Royal support. But eventually he will get the Blink Dagger, and then he will really come to strike. Ooh.
Oh.
Nice time with the strength switch as well. He managed to get the corrosive haze off and try to get some couple of CC down in. Push back here and they're trying to go for the hunt as well.
And anyway, he does have the waveform, so I wouldn't be too worried at this point. Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Quick getaway for him. But look at the bottom lane. Looks like a Mel is going in. But we got another kill. Wait a second. How did that happen? Oh, that was a backstab by Loomis. Wow.
He definitely eat the shock him when he actually was in that G forms for sure. He's definitely a dead man.
Anyway, now Tonison has a little bit of a backup from Amalia. I mean, he definitely needs it. If not, the mid lane is definitely a lost cause, like what we discussed. But that also means that, you know, right now, Mel, seemingly all alone, but hey, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, so dead. But I'm happy, you know. I love brawling lanes. I don't like really static ones, you know. I love combat. So, and in this patch, actually, like we've been seeing a lot of lanes that's actually seeing a lot more combat than usually. I mean, this game in particular, unfortunately, I mean, of course, based on the drafting, of course, it's a little bit more passive for some of the lanes here. Shudder, of course, bottom side, definitely. I guess you could say for both teams, the safe laners are actually having a really good lane.
Oh, all right. Definitely not going to be enough damage here. So Tennyson is running trouble, but oh, nice shotgun that came in from the other side from Loomis. But then again, can they get a kill? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Beautiful comeback here. Loomis showed himself just at the right time.
Yeah, man. The comms was fantastic, Sir Cloud. Like, they didn't want to take any chances. Any big fish, even at the smallest of skirmishes, just commit the ultimate, commit for the fight, commit the TPs here. Because I mean, sure, you're definitely slow down in terms of the farm, but hey, you know, the EXP you get out of it, especially when you're quite behind, so it's quite a big bonus for sure. Definitely got the big break for them here, and this is gonna elevate it even further. Oh, Mango Rose just tanks it out so well, Sir Cloud.
Well, comes in with waveform as well. Very necessary stun onto Mango Rose to try to save Amadea. Amadea makes the U-turn, and look who's coming in from the side. It's going to be Mel to finish up the job.
Like I said before, this team just love the brawl. And even if losing the early game in the lane, they still group up. They say, we are pretty sure. If we talk about like a 2v2, sure, you guys might dominate us. But when we come together, there's the stacks of CCs, man. It's insane. That's all like if you do the math right, your Slithering Crush, you got Hacks on the Shaman, you got the Shackles as well. That's like 6, 3, 3. Tiny's Avalanche. You could almost stun a guy for like 10 seconds. Might even be more.
Oh yeah. You're absolutely right. I mean, good math there. But
quick math. Not exact, but quick math.
Good quick math there. But the downside is that they might be heavily dependent on Ursa to come up with the damage. Yeah, Slardar, sure, but there's a limit to what Slardar can do. Now, Ursa is going to be the main guy. But what they're doing is great because they're pulling away the attention from Ursa. So Ursa has the space to farm.
We'll just see even the itemization coming from the Primal Beast as well, because even Primal Beast can actually dish out the significant amount of damage. And if they're able to keep up this momentum with this, like winning all these skirmishes and slowly garner the lead, let me tell you something. Even the Primal Beast will just like snowball over the heroes of Shadow. Because if you think about it in another point of view, one item BKB pretty much like mitigates all of that majority of that damage, except for the Templar Assassin.
Here we go.
Oh.
Overrise into the middle, Yusu. Okay. That should be safe. Oh, wait a second. No.
Yeah.
Sorry, Yusu.
Like Shadow Realm, yeah, you can't be hit physically, but no one said about AoE magically. So yeah, the trample still put the damage through to the Dark Willow. That's how he still died there. But yeah, like I said before, right? BKB, once Victory Palace gets the BKBs, a lot of damage output is pretty much gone from Shudder. And like, yes, Temple Assassin, well, for sure, you're dishing up the damage, but
Dire's middle tower
once your
is under
BKB
attack.
times out, then you're in the face of a lot of CCs. A lot.
Dire's middle tower has
But
fallen.
she's happening at the same time in the middle. Looks like Lomis is in trouble. Lomis, last tick of health, should be taken out. Mango Rose will be eliminated from top lane, and Lomis, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And it went on to the opponent's side, so definitely will go down.
Dude, I would take a safe lane core trade with the support anytime. Anyway. That's such a good trade. Definitely slowing things down for the Morphling now. Early game he was pretty great, but now all these rotations, all these gangs is slowly overwhelming them eventually. And trust me, we're already seeing like really already aggressive warding coming from the Radiant team. Like you can already see from the minimap, you see like aggressive wards from the Dire side. Now, if they win out another team fight, like not even a skirmish, I'm talking about like a team fight, right? You're gonna see Victory Palace getting the confidence and the momentum to start, like even like shutting out Shudder, despite the name, from their own jungle here, cutting them out from the source of their financials.
But look at this, keep an eye on the rotation at the bottom. So looks like both sides, they're trying to open up space for their cores
Oh, Blink Dagger,
up on the
yeah.
top lane. But expect a surprise soon by Shudder.
He's interested. Sankey, especially now with the Blink Dagger, this is definitely gonna help. This is definitely gonna aid him a lot more better. Their initiating will be a lot more solid, a lot more choreographed here in this case here. Barry, he has refraction, pretty confident in standing in the front line for as long as possible. I mean, they did get the intel that Ursa's pushing at the top. Still no idea where's the primer. I think he did walk under their ward, under the cliffs here, so they decided just gotta try to smoke out, try to go for bigger fish here. They didn't want a shaman, they wanted something bigger.
Dire are scanning.
Spot the primal, and I think the primal will initiate on top of the Morphling here. What?
Oh, what? Mango Rose.
Yeah, you
man.
you do need to remember that strength change that is not instant. It slowly builds up there. So that instant burst just melted it before you even had the chance.
Oh, comes in, and here we go. Looks like we're gonna start it off. Oh, nice cancel onto the backline of Shaco. Did not do his own, but Tonison is there. Came in for the mid lane, still with the double damage to blow their dreams away with a triple kill.
Oh yeah, now that's the big fight they were looking for as well. Now with the confidence, you really see Shaman and the rest of the squad moving in. And oh
Right.
god, look.
There you go.
Dire's bottom tower.
All right, you know, Sir Cloud. Now, I'm not sure whether you know, but the new DD is called the new double damage. Has actually been renamed to AD now. Okay, so which one do you prefer? Are you the? I know our observer is on board with me. We both prefer the old DD. But what about you? Do you prefer the DD or do you prefer the AD?
I mean, in terms of pronouncing it, I would say DD is a little bit more easier.
Dire are scanning.
And, you know, it's classic, right? So double damage for me. DD, let's go.
Man, I don't know why they had to rename it, but hey. Speaking of which, we're finally to Roshan. It's like you get the best of both worlds, right? Ursa's great for shredding Roshan alone by himself. Slallah also enables you to get Roshan by himself early. And you got both of them in the same team, so you really got the best of both worlds here. Moingo Rose,
Man,
you gotta
surrounded.
be careful, buddy.
Yeah. The Bramble base, though, does kind of help him. And they managed to get one out of Tiny. And they're looking for more right now with Tonison on the Wicked Sink. But Tonison, how much more can he get out of this? Lots of damage out there. Tonison on this last hit. Whoa, Tonison. Saved by his teammate, but Lome will be the next target. He'll definitely take him out, and it's going to be a triple kill given to Yu Hang. Tonison got away, but at what cost?
Man, this is what I was talking about, right? Like, the Bramble has been such a mess for Tonison for the rest of the squad. Like, he cannot maximize his full trample because of the Brambles. Yeah? And there was just also additional AoE that's also happening within the picture here. Really, really unfortunate they really couldn't get their hands on Barry because, like I said, you know, you get damage, you already gotta hit your Blink Dagger, is just constantly gonna be on cooldowns. Barry has such a fantastic position too, alongside with Mel, who was the or Mango Rose here for the Morphling here. They just went for priority targets here.
Radiant's
Although yes, they
bottom
did lose
tower
3
is
people in the
under
process
attack.
here, but they still have the Aegis in hand here, and they still feel they have the lead here. But this time they want to look for a more better setup, at least this case here.
I mean, they do have the map control at this moment. And even when we look at some of the stats there, when it comes to net worth, well, Ursa now is pretty rich. And when they talk about like the capability of Ursa coming up with the damage, especially towards the late game, is quite far ahead of
Radiant's bottom
anyone else from
tower
Shudder.
is
But
under
look at the
attack.
bottom lane. Oh, nice shackle there. But no one else is there to follow up. Just because Swoop is there to buy time and somebody got caught on the cell. But
Oh, get it.
what
All
a
right.
timing again. I mean, Leonard, the coordination from Victory Palace is just
Radiant's middle
amazing.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's really great and pretty cool. Flaming lasso, drag the Ursa all the way on top of the cliff as well. Try to I guess that's one way to isolate one player from the fight temporarily. I mean, he can get off the cliff by himself, but you know, they still, at least Victory Power was able to get 1 kill out of this whole contention. They couldn't really get their hands on the Morphling. Like I said, it's really not easy here unless you really caught them in a really precarious situation. And it feels like Tony said is just able to find those moments where you really could actually get the Morphling between his transitioning of Agi to strength stats. So, been pretty great so far.
Yeah, nice rush in there. Came in with the polarize, not allowing Mango Rose to switch up the right timing. But now rotation onto the top. Smoke is still active though. So I guess they're looking
they
for the
probably
next
want to
pickoff.
see,
Right now, Victory Palace is just looking for pickoff after pickoff, not allowing Shudder to farm at all.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle tower
they're
is
definitely
under
gonna hunt,
attack.
and that scan, that defensive scan, they were able to pick up the shaman too. So they're like, all right, defensive maneuver, boys, fall back, no more flee. We do not want to take this fight because now it starts right now.
Oh no. Beautiful toss to the back line, and Tonnison's there to pick up the kill. But Jutsu cannot engage further, so they have to let this one go.
I mean, you gotta play it safe, right? Can't find anyone else, and I think this is one of the few scariest things about Tiny: the ability to just displace your opponent in the most disadvantaged or unfavorable positioning too. But yeah, so this is what I'm saying, right? Like, so Cloud, like you see the sandstorm moving around. Previously, you could burrow strike and it just reposition on top of
Radiant's
back on top of the
bottom
Sand
tower
King.
is
Yeah, but
under
it doesn't
attack.
happen anymore. They actually removed that factor. So, and the radius, it was not that small. Trust me, it was way bigger. That
Radiant's
sandstorm was
bottom tower
way
has
bigger,
fallen.
and it works so well with the scepter as well. So, it hurts with the radius reduction. I mean, yes, we see people going back to the other facet where the Sand King will get back his invisibility, and the radius is a lot more larger. 800 radius, by the way, so it's massive. But it's a stationary sandstorm, so yeah. And we haven't seen Sand King a lot after that patch ever since. So this is actually, it's been a long time since I see this Sand King's facet build, at least in this tournament.
Would you have preferred the other facade then?
I prefer the current one. I mean, it's nerfed to hell. Like, if you're asking me before the nerf, which facet I prefer, then I'll say it's this current one because that was just too good. Your sandstorm able to follow you, it doesn't disappear. Sure, you lose your invisibility. But the fact that you have a sandstorm that will always be positioned to wherever you go, and it works with the scepter. And by the way, it's with the scepter, you have an opportunity to just constantly stun the person within like 8 seconds of that duration. So it's insane. It was just that good. And this also shows that Valve is very quick on the Ice Frog, and Valve is very quick on the update. So it's great to see that they're very quick to do the necessary. I mean, yeah, no one likes nerfs, but some things when you see like game changes in such a very swift and quick manner, you just be picturing like, oh man, they really are working hard at the game, and I think that's fantastic.
Speaking about a quick update, right? Look who.
Yeah.
Look at Primal Beast. He has an AD or a DD, whichever it is,
Yeah.
right? And
We're
now
just gonna
he's leading the charge.
Yeah, we're just gonna call it DD though. See, it's still called double damage.
I know, right? Man, let's just call it double damage
Radiant
then.
are scanning.
Ah man. No, don't
There you go.
rename that.
Oh, okay. There you go. Comes in. He has not popped the double damage just yet.
It's under
Then again, lasso cancelled out, and immediately they have to retreat. And that was a close pick off there. But thanks to the lasso, Tonneson had to let go of the pulverize.
But it did hurt. You have no flaming lasso for the fight, nor do you have the terrorize here. So, not really the best situation. Yu Heng makes the good call, makes the safe call actually. Just TP out. It's bad as it is that Victory Palace has been succeeding a lot of these skirmishes, especially from the last fight as well. And Shudder, they want to be a little bit more confident. They want to get a little bit more items. We already got the Death Star on the Templar. I mean, he hurts. Oh, he hurts. But he's not as durable because we're still talking about like 4. Yeah, but like, okay, don't count the Ursa, but it feels like the Ursa is also... I know Ursa is not a strength hero, he's an energy hero, but it feels like he's a strength hero because of his durability, so... And with his ultimate as well, so... It's like, you have like 4 beefy walls in your face that's not gonna stand there to let you take hits. No, the walls actually comes to you here, so... Like, I think they just want to let's get some form of reassurance. Get a couple more items out here. It feels a little bit more stronger before they take the next fight head on.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the fact that now Ursa is leading by 15k net worth. That is crazy at this point. But then again, the 2 core heroes of Shudder, they are catching up in terms of network as well.
Actually, they overwhelmed the Primal. It was like Ursa and the Primal that was top of the networks like a few minutes back. And now the Primal just, like I said, eventually the Templar and the Morphling just farms a lot more better than Tonneson. I mean, don't get me wrong. He clears camps just as good, but not as efficient as the Templar Assassin and the Morphling. So it's really to be expected that they will slowly overwhelm him in terms of the farming race here.
Yeah, but let's see if they can overwhelm a team fight because that's the strength of Victory Palace at this moment. Pulverize up onto the higher ground, but then again immediately cancel. BKB active now. Lasso will be on the Tonneson. Lots of utilities onto Tonneson. Not the target that they would have won, and that would be an easy counter by Victory Palace.
It was very awkward, right? It's like because they didn't expect the Primal to be invisible with the Invi rune under the cliff as well. They did force out the BKB, they did force out the Flaming Lasso here. But in terms, I mean, sure, you still got the kill out of it, but it's still the support. I feel like it did hurt to lose your Serpent Wards, because that like somewhat like mitigates your ability to really siege to that tier 2. Like I think if they still had the Serpent Wards here, I'm pretty sure they can actually try the attempt to siege that tier 2 tower. They're still pretty confident about it, even without the BKB on the Primal here. But I think they decided, no Serpent Wards. It's been utilized for the Bat Rider in the jungle. Everyone just falls back to reset, at least for now.
Yeah, right now it's going to be pretty hard for a Shudder because they don't have the space to farm. Look at this, they have to rely on to the bottom lane, and now Magaru's being chased. My goodness,
that's the wrong Morphling.
Oh man, I mean, it does happen.
Oh man, that was pretty cool.
Dire's middle tower is
good
under
job.
attack.
I mean, like, no one was there to follow up with the Battle Rider, of course, but still a good one. DP giving the tips here. I mean, I don't blame him. Like, Swift has been like hammering DP in the early laning phase to the ground here, so wouldn't be surprised if he wanted some sweet revenge later on.
Yeah. Speaking about revenge, we are approaching like 30 minutes, so we did talk about the capability of Shudder in the late game, especially with the Morphling. But and that thought for a second, looks like Tonneson again with a double kill this time. Somebody has stopped his Beyond Godlike streak.
It's too much for them to handle. BKB is definitely necessary, not because like it's not to really mitigate the damage output, because physical damage is still the name of the game here for Victory Palace with the Ursa and the Corrosive Haze, but it's just to merely increase your survivability. Because don't get me wrong, so far we've been seeing Mango Rose able to survive multiple engagements from both the Slardar, Tiny, and even the Ursa on top of that. Sure, there are times that he did die, but majority of the time he was still able to get out of it. The only difference this time will be the fact that this time now Shaman is in the picture here, and that is causing a lot of problems because Shaman is instant stuns, it's instant hacks. There's no true counter about it except for the BKBs here. So really need it out here. If not, Loomis is always going to be the bane for the Morphling here, because Morphling won't be able to sustain if he just can't switch out stats here. So. And as far as we can see so far, Sir Cloud, they have enough damage to actually melt up the Morphling.
Radiant's bottom
He doesn't
tower
have enough
is
stat
falling.
items to really withstand the kind of damage they're outputting at the moment. But with the shard pickup for Templar Assassin, that's a nice one. The shard basically allows the Templar Assassin's ultimate to basically the psionic traps to actually give silences for a good duration too. So it's pretty helpful,
Dire's middle tower is
especially
under
to cancel out the Power Rise or the Shackle if needed.
Yeah, but yeah, that is definitely going to be a very important skill. And so far, coming into the mid stages of this game, we can see that the Shackle, the Power Rise have been cancelled pretty quickly as well. So fast hands from Shudder themselves to know exactly when to come up with the cancellation.
Oh,
And yeah, but then again, the CCs are mitigated. That's cool, but they are still not able to find a way to break down the Great Wall of
The
Tennyson.
heroes.
Yeah,
Oh, Tennyson.
yeah, Tennyson himself. Like because what I notice is that when it comes to team fights, they have a lot of focus onto Tennyson, and that's not the target that you want.
No, but it's like I said, right? It's like the minute Tennyson got a BKB, Shadow just can't do anything about it except for the Flaming Lasso. That's just about it. But you know, Flaming Lasso is not a very
Dire's top tower
long.
is
It's not a
under
very
attack.
long lockdown ability. It's like just 2 to 3 seconds here. So by the time you use it, and especially Swift doesn't have a BKB, so if he gets stunned on the spot, it doesn't really make any difference here. That's why we saw both Mango and Swift died at the same time.
Radiant's bottom
So
tower
it's
is under
hard.
attack.
There's a lot of CCs. BKB is necessary for survival. For Victory Pals, BKB is like you're countering the entire ladder for sure.
Here we go with the Pulverize on the Mango Rose, but the Lasso came in to save him. BKB is still active though. Tennyson going in for the chase onto Swift. Swift, where's he gonna go? Goes up to the high ground. So it's A-OK for now, but look at Backdoor straight onto the back line. Totally ignoring Tennyson, and Tennyson is being targeted down by Barry. And just right before the pause, Tennyson went down, and looks like the fight is favoring Shudder.
This is a very organized fight. Very organized. The entire team was positioned on the high ground. There is no like defensive wards coming from the Radiant side. It's mostly just the Dire's warding. So they got full vision. They got full comfortability of how they want to plan the fight. The Terrorize was well positioned. We saw it. We saw the Dark Willow actually playing around with the Terrorize. They didn't really want to commit it on the Primal because the Primal has no other abilities anymore. He doesn't have his Onslaught on cooldown. His Trample is about to run, is about to time out. His Power Rise has been cancelled. So they prioritized the Terrorize for the 2 incoming Radiant heroes here for Victory Pals. And then they chain stun it with the Sand King ultimate with the Epicenter. So you couldn't ask for a more better initiation into this fight. But however, it is still a 3v5. And Observer, my god, it's such a mess. And it's not because of the it's not because of the like the action animation circle, it's because of the sandstorm. Like all these floating rocks, it's just Sand Kings, man. It feels like he's about to ascend there, the Sand King actually.
Oh yeah, with the sun just right above him. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
great
you
work from our observers. Gotta give it to them for showing us a good view.
Or maybe it feels like one of those ice skating shows, where
Oh.
the ice skating partner tosses the guy up,
Oh,
and he got the head spread out.
okay. Someone's been into ice skating recently.
I mean, not recently. It's just it just pop up, at the back of the mind, But of course, Circle, we're finally back into it.
All right, so the fight continues on, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the focus will be still onto the back line. And Slaughter immediately goes down. Now the chase is onto Mr. Ursa, Mr. Mel. And there goes. He'll be definitely surrounded by the members of Shudder. Nowhere to go. Oh, okay, he does still have the blink, so that will save him by going up to the high ground and back onto his base.
Oh, a much needed win, especially with Team Shudder. Like Enslaved, just from winning that team fight alone, right? Shudder was able to reduce 3,000 of the gold lead from Victory Pals. Now they're just stuck with 2,000 here. Might even actually still dropping as well. Lot of damage output, and that's just coming up from both the Templar and the Epicenter. You got a lot of damage out of it. Morphling, I mean, like majority of them is just mostly hitting the Primal here. So because it was just him and the Primal here. So just AoE burst. It's just both the Sand King and the Templar Assassin. Don't get me wrong, even the Bedlam stacked on top of the Templar Assassin was such a big bonus too. But yeah, this is just one of those situations where Victory Pals, I think they just somewhat, humble. I guess they were humble for a second there, saying like, "Hey, we yeah, sure, you guys were in the lead, but not too far ahead. Apparently, we managed to turn things around."
Yeah, just
I mean,
put aside like the kill numbers, right? Like when it
Yeah,
comes to
put aside the kill
objectively the net worth, like it's less than 1,000 gold difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we gotta check out the best moments from the previous fights.
Yeah, this one hurts a lot. This one really hurts a lot because one, Tonison got a little bit too eager. I felt like he was very eager for the fight here. He actually just dived in on the lone without any follow-up. I mean, it's to be expected. Like, it should be expected that the fact that your power rise is always going to get cancelled out in some way by the Bat Rider, or at least the notion of the fact that this Morphling is never going to be alone here. So I think that's definitely one overzealous move that needs to be humble here. And I think Charlotte did a really good job, really shutting it down. Living up to the name, I guess.
Yeah, and I really like the initial bait, right? Like they were chasing down Mango Rose and a couple of
For
other
a
plays for
long
Shudder,
time,
and
yeah.
the U-turn. The moment the U-turn came, Mango Rose straight went to the back line, totally ignoring Tennyson, and he took out the core CC heroes at the back. Shadow Shaman was taken out quickly, and that was pretty much it because you don't have those CCs, then the rest of them could come later.
Mm-hmm. But it's still good. I feel he should just backed off. Like, especially, I mean, I guess maybe he felt the need for engagement because his BKB was still active and he thought he could catch on to the Bat Rider. But I feel like his team is also a little too far for him to really reassist him there. So it's a little unfortunate, especially you didn't have Loomis there. Loomis wasn't there to drop in the Serpent Wars in time, or nor was he there to help control or at least control the situation. It's a lot of big damage output. Victory Palace didn't have any control of that fight at all. No, they did not. So good. It's a good win. Good win for Shudder. Game's definitely not over yet. The Templar is still racking it. He's got Daedalus this time. Jesus. He already hurts with the Mel, and now he's gonna hurt even more. Or Creed even more.
And it's still 50-50, right, between the two. I mean, Victory Palace, they do have their strength in terms of CC, Shudder. They probably know that. So that's why we can see that Shudder is not really that engaging in terms of fights unless they could bait Victory Palace to be in an off position, just like how we saw earlier on. Then they would take the fight. If not, Shudder, it's actually more objective focused. Like they focus on to like, okay, let's shove out the lanes, we take down the towers, and we try to put pressure back onto Victory Palace. And while putting pressure back onto Victory Palace, they open up a bit more space for them to farm.
Yep. They definitely didn't want to let Victory Palace to get the initiative anymore. Like so far, Victory Palace has been having the initiative because of all the Blink Daggers and then the BKBs and so on. Makes it pretty hard for Shadow to really get control of the round. But now, because they won such a big fight, now they're getting a little bit of respect. Now they're getting a little bit respectful. And there's a very big difference when you win a fight in the early game and when you win a fight in the late game. Because early game, you win a fight, you still feel like, okay, they don't have enough to take objectives, they don't have enough to end the game. But late game, when you got Daedalus, Templar Assassin, you got a Morphling who has long heavy Scotty, probably gonna get even more items and more damage after that as well. If they win a big fight late game, I think for either side, right, whether it's Victory Palace or Shudder, it feels like you're gonna lose out a lot more than just a fight. You might actually just lose out more, like your entire base if you're not too careful as well, depending on the situation, of course.
Oh, Victory Palace, they want to play by their strength. They want to take the fight to Shudder, just like how they did before. And Tonnis is going to lead the charge. It's a matter of him getting the information. Okay, he's probably saw Swift there. Okay, there you go. Blinks in and Swift. Yep, that is the strength of Victory Palace, ladies and gentlemen. They need to continue to do this.
Yeah, but they need bigger fish. Like small fishes like Bat Rider is, it's cheap. It's like, don't get me wrong. Okay, I mean, no, he's a good player, but the supports are considered cheap change at this point. They need like bigger fish. If they can melt the core, I can guarantee it almost feels like they can actually have a little bit more control, whether they want to take objectives or not. But in this case, they're gonna divert away from the bottom side. They're like, Victory Palace is a lot more on guard now. Is a little bit more aware. Let's not take the fight when they're so set, when they're so prepared for a big team fight here. So farming the other lane, pushing the other lanes in, so at least try to force back Victory Palace. But it looks like tier 2 tower is going to be in their favor, at least in this case.
I'm going to easily take this one, but the push is going to happen on the top side as well. So Shadow is going to claim their own towers at the top.
Radiant's top tower is
Ooh.
under attack.
Quick TP. Shaman gotta be careful, buddy. Slow miss on the roll. You know, Sir Cloud,
Are scanning.
like, what was your take on the recent patch, right? Like, especially with the introduction of the facets thing. It's definitely a lot different from the, well, I mean, way different from our usual traditional Dota games.
Well, but this is not
Radiant's
different.
top tower is
I mean, you
under
show yourself to Shadow and you show yourself to Victory Palace, and that's pretty much it. I mean, you have one CC, you have the Ursa there. It's just quick work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but coming back to your question on the facets, it's definitely a big game changer. I mean, the whole 20% increase of the map, that was a huge game changer by itself. But the moment the facets were introduced, it's like, man, it feels like a totally whole new game.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the quality of life, it's definitely a lot more better now, because so far I think even with the increase in the map size, it feels like Dota has been pretty static in terms of its game style. It's usually like, oh, okay, our composition is usually changed based on like what's been nerfed, what's been buffed, what's the meta that's been. I think that kind of change, that kind of playstyle has been literally been static for the past few TIs here, at least in this case here. So map changes, of course, changes that dynamic slightly, but it has always been reverting back to what was the matter. But now with the facets here, I mean, even now, we're like 3 weeks into the patch, into this newly additional facet patch as well. It still feels like we're still in the early phases, because sure, there are some heroes facet which is a little bit more clear cut. We're like, okay, this is definitely the facets you want to go for. The other facet definitely doesn't make sense. It doesn't feel that great. But there are some heroes facet where both is actually pretty viable. Like, you will still think about it. You'll be thinking like, you know, I think I could make this work. Like, both are pretty great. It's just a matter of which one feels better on our hands here. We're still learning as we feel learning. Oh man, Spider Sense just kicked in so quickly for DP there.
Man, that was quick moves there. I thought he would have been picked off. So, great work there, not gonna lie. But there was but even though if he didn't blink away, I would say that maybe the Boros Strike would not be able to connect.
Yeah, but the Shivas would have hit him and the blink would get cancelled here.
Right.
So he would have been a dead man regardless.
Dire are scanning.
Right. So it's more of like hitting the Shivas then, just to like
I think
keep
if
it
anything
grounded.
hits, the Tiny would have died.
But so anyway, gotta give it to him. Quick moves there to blink back and save himself. So
Oh,
that
God,
leaves us with a
no.
50-50. But keep your eye at top now. Oh, there you go.
All
But like what
alone.
you said, right? Another small pick up here by Shadow. Pretty straightforward, I must say. But
Oh.
not the target that they really want.
Dude, I love what Loomis did as well. Like he knew. Okay, I don't know whether is it comms or just like coincidence. But it feels like in that situation, right, they figure both Tonison and Loomis figure out like, you know, if they stick together, then they're both gonna die together. So he decided to allow Tonison to just play within the jungle, and then he showed himself in lane to somewhat just try to bait out anyone who's coming in, because they did have a radiant ward at the side. So they did spot them coming. So pretty cool, you know, saving yourself for your cause, you know. Sacrificing the many.
Dire's middle tower
Very
is
calculated
under attack.
gameplay by both sides now. Okay, they saw Tennyson. Okay, they're going in for
Oh,
it.
still
Blinks
run.
away. All right. But now he puts himself in a,
Dire's bottom
I wouldn't say
tower is
awkward
under
position. I
attack.
mean, backup can arrive anytime soon, but then again, it's going to be him against the world right now. 1v4. Pretty much nowhere to go. He'll definitely be taking out the EU just to buy a little bit more time, but Chivas will not allow him to get that far. And with that, Barry secures the kill.
Oh man, that so much delay. It took like 3 people to really like, not to say really kill him off, but basically just like bought so much time, man. Every lane slowly being pushed in as well. He did cut out the crew wave on the top side, so I think that did slow things down a little. Now Yu Hang has the scepter here, and that's the scary thing, right? So with the scepter, so you're gonna have like this mini burrow strikes inside the sandstorm here. So and it lasts for so long. It literally outlasts the BKB timing. So if the fight still ensues and the Sand King is still active with the sandstorm, it will eventually starts being a nuisance to both the Slaughter, the Ursas, and even the Prime Beast as well. Since BKB only lasts 6 seconds now. If of course you utilize it more than 6 times here at least. So it starts to get a nuisance here, and alongside with Brambles, it gets more roots, more CC, it gets more annoying towards the late game as well. Since now both cores is dishing out insane amount of damage. And because they did lose the initiative, now Shudder will be able to secure their first Aegis here. And I believe this is the third Roshan too.
Yes, it is. And with this Aegis, it will give them a bit more confidence to push on to Victory Pulse. And you can see that after the Aegis is being taken, like some of the players from Victory Pulse, they start to play a little bit more passive. They anticipate that some pickups might happen. So they're playing in the high ground instead. But minor split push at the bottom lane just to put a little bit more pressure onto Shudder, but no big deal there.
A little big deal, but it does help, you know. You're pushing all the respective lanes.
Okay, here we go. Oh, look at this lasso onto the high ground. But Mel immediately stops him back down. And Amadea, nowhere to go. Definitely will be taken out by Barry. That's a big damage dealer there. And a killing spree given to Shudder. A little of a trade, but still, Shudder, they want a little bit more in that fight.
Yeah, but now they're bringing it back. They have the items now. They have the strength now. Morphling's even level 25 at this moment, so he's gonna be a little bit of nuisance to deal with. Sand King has always been more of the utility hero here. So with the Scepter, with the Shiva in his hand, and of course the Ghost Scepter to keep him alive, since majority of the damage is physical damage here, so he's gonna be able to maximize to support his cause to dish out the damage. And Manga Rose, with the Aegis, he's definitely a lot more confident in his range, so this tower's not gonna last for too long. My God. Absolutely shredding it out. They have to give out the Rex. They just can't. No. Don't think Victory Pulse should commit the buyback to the supports. You know, you lose 1 Rex, that's fine. You lose 2, it's still doable. Just as long as it's not Megas. And I think they'll be out just in time for it.
Yeah, the defense will definitely come in time. But we did talk about like the late game capability of Shudder. And right now we can see that Mango Rose is showing it. Look at him going like no one else from the side of Victory Pulse is able to come in at all, but looks like the commitment will happen. Eww onto Mel. Oh, Mel. Very, very dangerous position to be in, especially with that eel onto him. Goes back up to the high ground, and Mango Rose will now focus onto the bottom.
This is fine. Now with the ooh, good toss.
A beautiful toss just in time, but that will only burn off the Aegis to be able to waveform himself away. Not going to be a big issue, but the counter came in from the other side as well. So it looks like it's going to be an all-out fight here. Check out the back lane as well. A little bit of time on board. Tiny was ill at the time when they were fighting. And now the counter will come in. Victory Pulse loses 2 players. Back to back, they might lose the third one. Watanabe is in trouble, taking a lot of damage. But the tag for Watanabe, he is still alive. Tennessee came in the right timing as well. But the fight's not over yet though. Mango Rose is still alive. Pulverized on the Mango Rose. But nothing is working. Mango Rose, double shackle on him, but still, they're not able to take him down. They have to call all in on the Mango Rose. Mango Rose is still holding his strong. What does it take to stop him at this point? Another shackle on the Mango Rose. 4 on the 1. This has to be Mango Rose going down, but no! Mango Rose says you're not going to be able to take me down that easy, but still. It took them like what? A whole 3-4 minutes to take down Mango Rose.
Oh, dude, I can tell you this for now. Loomis is a menace. Not because of the amount of damage he's outputting, but just constant chain stunning and locking down the Morphling. He couldn't even do anything about it. Dude, Morphling almost feels like he was not able to output as much damage as he hoped for. Sure, the Templar Assassin was dead, the Shaman. But once Templar died, because, you know, thank God for Corrosive Haze and the CC coming from Slaughter, they did manage to kill him in the end, but Morphling was supposed to be the final boss, but you can't be the final boss if you're just constantly been locked down. You just can't. Lumens needs to be stopped here, but you just don't have anyone else to assist you, right? Like, I guess the only person that could really ensure a perfect stun would be the Sand King here. But okay, anyway, let's just recap on the base of the fight again, right? I love the Terrorize is there to prevent the Shaman to just constantly lock it, but nice timing with the BKBs here. But unfortunately, Ursa got stuck between all the illusions and the brambles as well. But I think what's more important is just to see what into this fight, right? So Slara is just taking this fight head on, right? He also has a scepter, and they just prioritize main damage on top of him. And I love the position coming from Loomis already. He already anticipated a wavefall coming in, so he blinks on top of the cliff first to cut off the route of escape here. So, man, it feels so telegraphed and it feels so back and forth here, especially that last team fight here. Because you just saw like massive amount of damage. You force out Aegis, force out Cheese. I think there was only one buyback committed for Victory Pals, and that was just the Shaman. No one else actually had to commit buybacks, and I think only Ursa and Shaman died in that entire fight.
Yeah, so
Such a massive
Loomis
pull.
was the one. But he needed to buy back because they needed his lockdown. They needed his shackle. Lucky for him that he was not taken out the second time. If not, it would have gone all the way down south. And thanks to his buyback, thanks to his positioning as well, they managed to take down the Shudder, the entire team.
Oh no!
Oh, there's a hard out here. Looks like it's going to be a straightforward kill. Not going to be able to do anything. And Mango Rose is going to go down. But not only Mango Rose, Swift caught out as well. Oh, man.
Okay, thank God. I thought for a second there that was the Templar assassin. I guess we okay, from our observer point of view, we actually saw the Templar before we switched to the Morphling, right? So I thought the Templar got in close to try to give the Lincolns on top of the Morphling. So at least try to mitigate some of the targeted skills here. But then no, thank God it's just a bad rider. So if you lose both the Templar and the Morphling in that situation, I mean, I'm pretty sure they got buyback. Actually, no, the Templar has no buyback. Sorry. Yeah, but they most likely if you lose your two cores, that would just mean like probably a Rax on that side here. So
Yeah.
man, that was so nerve-wracking, I have to say.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
but at least they have like this decent pairing, right? Like, okay, if another one goes down, then it's going to be one of the supports. There's not a two-core pairing together. So that kind of mitigates the risk in case one of the sides got lost. But looks like in the middle, they're going to take down the Rex, like what you mentioned. 30 more seconds before Mango Rose shows himself. But then again, they do have the Templar Assassin.
Dire's middle
But the Templar Assassin is doing his work at the bottom lane. Keep your eye on there. All alone. Hex. But there's nothing much that Loomis can do. Instead, they're going to focus on the fight onto the mid lane. Swim. Now will be taken down immediately. Just like that. Look at the amount of damage that came out of Wanzo Watanabe. Now they're looking for their next kill onto the mid lane. But the counter came in as well. The double BKB comes in straight onto the back line. Taking out Yuhang. Just like that. Tortoise is on the killing spree. Looking for the next target. Trying to go in for the chase. And where is he gonna go? Barry 9C will not see the light of day.
No, with three people out of commission, they do still have one more cliff. Thankfully for that, so they did force out the buyback coming for the Templar Assassin here. But they still wouldn't mind taking the fight head on. But they have to be aware because there's no Loomis with them this time. There's no CC here. But they do hit the hacks. They do get the stun.
no.
The Morphling dies. He does have the buyback though here. Will he commit it for the on the other hand? We'll just have to see. Commits it. The Barrett is also going to be coming out of the picture into the mix to try to get this up forward support here. But it is going to be the mechanism. And the Avalanche barely catches Barry here. And Barry is going to be able to blink out to safety here. They want the tower. They want to try to get the throne. Or at least try to open things up here. But the Willow's going to be spawning here. And that's going to be a little bit more than they can handle here. So they decide to play a little bit safer here. Try to bounce back and forth. Find a cash
Onto the
opportunity.
back line.
They get the
lasso!
opportunity.
The lasso caught, but then again, no! Not enough damage onto the back line.
Oh no!
A little bit of miscoordination there, but then again, Mango Rose comes up with the damage. But keep your eye as well. The Templar Assassin Barry 9C comes in with the damage from behind, but not enough to take anyone down. Anzo Watanabe, he tanked us so much damage for the team. The fight's not over yet now with the Bramble Maze. Shudder, they are trying to defend this as much as possible. And it's going to be pretty tough now. They might lose another player, and that's pretty much going to be it. Goes in onto the back line. Donaldson gets a dominating. Takes down Mango Rose. No buyback on the Mango Rose. And Victory Pals will close this game off. Game 1 goes to Victory Pals.
Oh my God. It was so nerve-wracking. It was so back and forth because the Templar Assassin did a great job. She managed to get the Megas at the bottom side, right? So, and while Loomis was taking turns to defend the base, I think they just made the call, right? Because they were eventually just slowly chipping them down. they were like forcing out BKBs, they were forcing out glyphs, they were slowly whittling down the throne here. Of course, starting off with the tier 4 towers, right? And then finally, when they broke down the first tier 4, that's when they just decided, like, hey, Loomis, get your ass here, get everyone on board here. We are going to break this throne the hard way. It's going to be a base race in terms of heroes and Mega Cris, because Mega Cris was already in the base for the Radiant team side here. So it was really somewhat like a race against time here, but the only difference was you have a Tiny, you have an Ursa, you have a lot of physical damage hitters, right? And Shaman Super Wards on top of that, which is really great at sieging buildings. Well, then that's exactly what we see. They were really choked out of options here. Not a lot of options.
Yeah, but you know what? The only one who had the buyback on Shudder's side at the late game was Mango Rose. And that's about it. If only they had more buybacks, or if everyone had the buyback, then probably they could have defended it, and maybe they could have opened up the space for the Templar Assassin to go for the base race, and the result could have gone the other way around. But then again, without the buybacks, they lost like 2 heroes. There was nothing much they can do about it at the late game.
I mean, it was like that kind of situation where, I definitely understand from the supports and offlane's point of view, right? It's not a matter of whether you have the buybacks more, but at times it feels like when you are leading, right? Because they were leading, they broke down the two racks on the Radiant side, and they also feel like after that clash, they feel like there's still the need of certain itemization or certain survivability items as well. So definitely when you have, I guess you say, when the situation feels right, you're leading, you need this item, and it feels like your team can't really lose out because you feel like your counter initiative feels great. They're like, okay, I'm just gonna come in for my items. And then what happened was just what transpired from the bottom side of the Radiant bottom racks area, right? Where they actually lost it in the end. So it's like, oh my God, we committed our items and we can't do anything about it. But if you're looking from another point of view, where if they actually had succeeded in some way, not a very big win, but if the Dire did win on that fight, then all the financial adds up, and they just be like, hey, thank God I have this item now, to save me in that situation. But we can't say there's always like a what if situation for a lot of this team fight situation for sure, Sir Cloud. But I think in the end, it's still a very well drawn out fight, very good prioritization as well. But also at the same time, it feels like when it comes to like which team had more options, then I definitely feel like it was definitely Victory Palace. There's a lot of CC to play with, there's a lot of stuns. The only condition was, are they able to get on top of them? That's the only condition, right? So they were able to get on top of them, and they were all playing around the Slaughter Scepter as well. So it's like everything just panned out accordingly, even if they did lose the Ursa quite early.
Yeah, it did kind of look like a 50-50 at some point, right? Especially during the mid stages. And this is the important part of the highlight, that the Shudder, the turning point for Shudder. It kind of looked like Shudder could probably shut things up. But then again, they did not build on the momentum, if you ask me. It's like, okay, this fight, great. But then what's next? Like, it took them quite a while before they could find their footing again.
Yeah, Victory Palace didn't make it easy. Like, even though they did lose that fight, they didn't show they were like losing the fight. They still pushed out the lanes. They ensured that all the lanes were still in their favor as well. So it didn't really make things easier for Shudder as well, because they always have the, when you're trying to push into the lane, you'll have to think like, okay, wait, we can't push the mid. The bottom and the top doesn't look that great. We have to fall back and push, and this somewhat resets the momentum as well, or at least buys some time back. But this fight, like I say, like once the BKB comes out, right, the Sand King, the Dark Willow, just their ability just doesn't really do anything much about it. They really have to wait it out before they can do it. But this catch, this one, I think this really hurts a bit, because like got a little bit too comfortable. I think this was just a really nice time. It's like you said, right? You felt Shudder didn't really ride on the momentum that they had. Victory Palace decides to take your advice on that one, and they were just able to find so many of these opportunities too.
Yeah, this is where the Templar Assassin was forced to come back, because everyone else was down. So he had to come back to defend. If not, he could go for the base race.
There was also the problem with the drafting, where they don't really have the best of wave clearers. It's not like you had a Kotal or a Zeus that's really good for high ground defenses. You just don't have that. Don't get me wrong. Bramble is there. You know, brand was there for you. Oh, by the way, I love this graphics because like this makes me feel like I'm in the the road to international qualifiers because they have something similar like this as well. So really great stuff coming from our broadcast team here for doing this. Really cool. Definitely a little bit different because usually our post match will have the post match instead. But I love this figure. This gives a grand idea to everyone, the viewers, at who's the MVP and why, how much impact that he did. And the itemization is just like, oh man, it's so fantastic, man.
Yeah, and for Tornason, although he lost like the early phase of the game to Templar Assassin, we did talk about that earlier on, but his rotation was on point. And I think the strength of the entire team is when it comes to rotations. Like they were so on point to counter, to back up each other. Like the communication was just amazing. So it was all down to perfection, I must say, especially when it comes to how they coordinated their team fights.
Yeah, that's why I could never ever get enough of Dota because like how the game always like changed every single time, like how it interacted. It's always something like you know it's coming, but it feels fresh every single time. You know, but you know what feels even more fresh, Sir Cloud? You know, recently Samsung actually had released like their 2024 models here, particularly their monitors as well. And one of them is actually the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8. Have you heard about that one, my friend?
Well, I've heard about it, but tell me more.
Oh yeah, man, the G8, let me tell you something. Just like its predecessors, is their previous G series for the Odyssey series here, in this case here, the G8 comes in with a beautiful 32-inch, 240 hertz response with a response time of 0.03 ms. That's insane because like before this even came out, we had the highest response time was usually 1 ms. So 0.03 is absolutely insane, right? That kind of thing. And the difference between all of our previous, like our existing gaming monitors, which is LED monitors, the Odyssey OLED G8 is actually just like in the name itself, it is utilizing the OLED technology as well. So you'll definitely be getting a lot more stunning colors, smoother gameplay, a lot more immersive gameplays in your gaming session as well. So it's definitely something really nice to really pick up as well. And the best part of the G8 as well, if you're not too much, you know, you want to be casual, you don't want to always just play games all the time. Guess what, Sir Cloud? You also got the G8 also provides you with smart TV functionality. So that's also something really nice to have.
Yeah, that's a very smart information there. Thank you so much, Leonard. And amazing stuff coming in from Samsung Odyssey, introducing us all these amazing monitors. And for you guys out there, do check it out as well, because I can say, based on the previews that we have seen, good stuff, amazing stuff.
Definitely for sure. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, hope you do take this time to check out the release 2024 models for the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 and also the G6 if you're also seeing one of their entries. But of course, we're going to be taking a quick one here, so don't go for too long. The conclusion for our first series of our Day 1 of the Players is going to be continuing right after this.
Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so pure. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a show big fun. I'll be coming up. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so pure. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a show big fun. I'll be coming up. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so pure. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so pure. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a show big fun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Samsung Odyssey Cup Campus League, and we are heading on to game number 2. My name is Cloud, together with the wonderful Leonard, aka YOLO Lee, who will always remind you to drink your water. And looking forward to round number 2. What do you expect might happen? Shadow Shaman ban?
Okay, the thing is, I don't think the Shadow Shaman was an issue here. Like, feels like, I mean, the thing is just right. There are ways to play around the Shadow Shaman, so I don't think Shadow Shaman is an issue for them. I mean, sure, I won't say that he didn't play a major factor. He definitely did play a factor, but I feel like with the drafting that Shadow had, I think they really need to be having a little bit more less greedy draft life. When you have both Morphling and the Templar Assassin in the same lineup, that just means like you're going to be having 2 heroes that's going to be constant. That's going to be definitely off the grid. They're going to be farming. They're going to be farming a lot most of the time as well. So a lot of responsibility does come up to both your support and your off lane to be either creating space or doing damage on the other side of the battle. But you rarely see that really happen, especially not with the Sand King with your offlaner. No, he's not going to be able to do as much damage compared to like what a roaming Slaughter can do actually here. So maybe we might see a switch in the offlaner. At least give them more options here. I think then we might see Charlotte really having a lot more comfortability in how they really want to interact with the game. But anyway, this is the updated brackets as well, and it's going to be the roadmap for our 4 of our top teams on each of their respective regions as well here. So Victory Palace was able to secure the first win, although yes, we did have a little bit of back and forth. A little bit, there was some cause of concern, but they were able to still secure the win and bring this back very, very confidently as well. But with that being said, Sir Cloud, we finally got the call, and we're finally jumping to our second draft of our best of 3 series here. Let's see if there's going to be any quick change here, because I think so far, ban-wise, it still seems pretty standard for both sides. They started, like Charlotte started with the Punch Ban and the Shadow Fiend, and Victory Palace also did the same thing with the Clockwork and the Witch Doctor in their previous draft as well. I just hope, just to answer your question, I just hope there will be a quick change in their drafting at least for Charlotte.
5 seconds.
At least to give them more options.
Yeah, but I also wanted to put out okay, so I had a thought about the Shadow Shaman thing, right? Yes, I agree with you. Like there are ways to counter the Shadow Shaman, and Shadow Shaman is a pretty vulnerable hero. But if I were to look at like how they play Shadow Shaman, like the skill level of how he positioned themselves, like when to know when to buy back, when to be saving that buyback, I think it's really down to the core, and he's definitely very, very comfortable with the Shadow Shaman. So if the ban dust comes in, I would say that it's more of like a respect ban to the Shadow Shaman itself, and I think that would be an okay ban as well.
True. But of course, with that being said, I think after Shadow play against Victory Palace, they just tend to realize, okay, they love rotation, they love momentum. Maybe they also play another tempo hero into their lineups as well. Like maybe not the Sand King, bring another offlane, because we still had a lot of offlane that's still available in the pool that's not banned out just yet. But this time they bring in the Vengeful Spirit, which is not a big. Okay, I'm just gonna say it right now. I know Vengeful Spirit is great. You got saves, you got defense capability, you got the also like laning dominance with the Wave of Terror, minus armor, and right click damage. Yes, I know this, Sir Cloud. I know. But I'm still not a big fan of Vengeful Spirit. But yeah, either way, it's a good pick up for the side for Charlotte. This gives you options. You could be offensive or defensive. Swap. And like I said, Wave of Terror is always fantastic.
There you go.
Of course, Victory Palace, like there's nothing wrong with locking in the Shaman first. It is their comfort pick. There is no problem with it. But I think also at the same time, when you lock support first right in the drafting circle, it doesn't really pivot to anything, but at least you don't really give a clear idea like what's the kind of lineup you're running. All you do, like all Shadow knows for the fact is that, okay, this guy's like Shadow Shaman, CC, and Tower Pushing. That's all they got out of that one pick.
Okay, so at least they have one straight up counter to the Shadow Shaman, which is the Vengeful Spirit. The swap or the stun, either one of those could actually break the shackle. So at least that's one option. But also Vengeful Spirit needs to be in the right position to be able to pull that off against Shadow Shaman. And what we learned earlier on from game number 1 is that Shadow Shaman, he's able to position himself really, really well. And that's why he hardly gets caught out. Like, yes, sometimes it's about the shackle, sometimes it's just about the hex, because he has an armory of CCs that can be used in different situations.
And the hex is like a budget hex, right? It's like, if you think about like the Sight of Vice, which is also another hex item in the game, which is an item, that's like almost 6,000 gold. The hex on Shaman is like a budget one. And it's a low cooldown one. So it's like, hey, I got something a lot better. And it's basically cost free here in this case. They got free hex, but let's just see how the drafting goes, because so far we're seeing the Slaughter ban, right? And when I see Slaughter ban, it makes me feel like, okay, like most likely they do want to bring another like a particular melee carry, like a melee carry dominated lane, or maybe just also want to mitigate the idea, like because nowadays we've been seeing a lot of Slaughter mid to go up against like particular mid heroes like the Ember Spirit, for example. He didn't really have the best of time against Slaughter here. But against Victory Palace, start off with the exact 2 heroes that they had in the first game. No clear cut, still pretty flexible. But I don't think we have a mirror match since we had the Vengeful. But hey, same lineups, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, but if you kind of think about it, like
10
the Tiny
seconds
could be a
remaining.
mid Tiny as well. Like if they really want to try to throw
5
Shadow off,
seconds
right? Like
remaining.
you think our Tiny is a support, but it could be a mid Tiny, and it gives them that flexibility of like changing or swapping as the drops goes by. So
Awesome.
that is something that Shadow needs to take into consideration as well. And if they want to focus onto mid lane bans, if that's going to be the case, then that's probably going to happen like during the final bans.
Okay, so you see what I mean? So with the Slaughter ban, Ember Spirits, Void Spirits suddenly become a little bit viable in the lane. They're pretty great as this, and there's no Shadow Fiend either
10
to really go
seconds
toe to toe with this guy. So it's gonna be a pretty good one for them. You can't pick Zeus
5
either.
seconds
Even though
remaining.
Zeus is not banned, you can't pick Zeus as well because like Void Spirit just absolutely destroys Zeus players. I mean, just Zeus hero in particular here. There is still a few options, but Bat Rider has been banned now by Victory Pal, so you can't bring the Bat. You could still bring in like other mid heroes like the Timbersaw or Templar Assassin if they want to choose to go for it as well. But with the Grimstroke, it makes me feel like okay, not only do we what are the other heroes that has like targeted skills that's really great for double because of the Grimstroke Soulbind. You get 2 abilities instead of 1, so you get 2 magic missiles. Maybe we might see a Doom offlaner here, double Doom. That seems pretty cool to me with the Soulbind combo. That'd be pretty fun.
Yeah, I do like the Doom though. It's also tanky enough to take in a lot of damage as well, and also disabling like in a mass.
Yeah, he loves running down the Shaman, so this is pretty great. But okay, so yes, it is going to be the core Tiny. So core Tiny, safe lane Tiny with the Tusker support. Unless this is a Tusker offlaner, you see what I mean? You see my problem right now, Sir Cloud, is that games are not so
10
as
seconds remaining.
simple as it was before. It's like there's just a little bit too much flexibility, and at
seconds
times
remaining.
heroes that hasn't been
Team
picked so
pick.
much are slowly coming out of the woodworks here. So now you got the elusive hero mids because you already figure out your opponent's mid is definitely going to be the Void Spirit here. So the Ember slowly comes to the light. Now you have to figure out how you really want to control it. Sure, you got the Phantoms to silence him from the Grimstroke. You got the Magic Missile
10
control,
seconds
but you want a
remaining.
real surefire way, like because there's way for the Ember
5
Spirit to really
seconds
purge it out
remaining.
as well. And he's very mobile, great rotation timing. I think Doom would be pretty great if they want to go for it as well. But if they want to play a little bit more safer, there's also other great offlaners who hadn't already picked up yet. Unless this is a Call Venge, So we have seen Call Venge before. Not a big fan. You could go Call Venge with the Facet, but I'm still not a big fan.
I don't know about the Core Venge as well. Like, I'm not a big fan of it too.
No one is.
And plus, I think in this sort of situation,
Radiant
probably the
team
Venge would be more effective using the swap, especially with the
Ah.
Shadow Shaman and the Shackles. And at least you have a Timbersaw who can hold the front line as well. So
This-
that will open up a bit more space for Vengeful Spirit to come up with those amazing swaps or like the long range stunts just to stop the
10
CC from
seconds
Victory Pals.
remaining.
This is good, right? Because both Tusker and the
5
Tiny
seconds
are
remaining.
strength heroes. So the Timbersaw really loves to shred all these strength heroes as well. And he has a really good gap closing ability. So I mean, sure, Shaman is going to be there to like somewhat keep him in place, but if you look at the existing CCs, it's not really, I can say it's not really enough to really control a lot of these heroes. So
Dire
it's
team
a really good,
back.
it feels pretty good for the side of a Shadow if they go head to head with each other for now. But going to the mix here, Shadow, they somewhat figure, okay, Victory Pals needs an offlane. Someone that can really get in and out. Banner of the Centaurs, one of the few go-tos. There is still, okay, let's just see who else is not banned for offlaners. There's no Slaughter,
10
there's no
seconds remaining.
Centaur. We still have the Dragon Knight. I mean, Doom feels like a very situational offlaner. He has not really the most popular one to the cloud, but he has been just popping in and out once in a while. Who else do we have in the line? Darkseer. Oh yeah, I feel Darkseer would be pretty great. I mean, there's not a lot of like, doesn't really directly counter these guys, but
10
by
seconds
him
remaining.
as an offlaner who utilizes aura items actually does
5
give an edge or at least some
seconds
durability to his entire lineup if you choose to go for it. It's a great initiator, the wall's great, the surge is great, the vacuum's great. Iron Shell, I don't think they have anyone that can really break the Iron Shell in lane so easily. Unless they go for the Weaver, which Weaver is still in the pool for Charlotte to utilize. Also pretty good at getting in and out the fight.
It could use a bit more mobility, but the I'm still kind of liking the Doom though. So like if Shudder gets a Doom in, Ember Spirit will have a hard time,
Yeah,
especially
but if the
not
Doom
able to
comes
deploy the
in-
Fire Remnants.
But if the Doom comes in, I don't think it can't be the Doom, right? Because you have your mid and your off lane, the Timber Saw. I mean, I won't be surprised if we see another off pick here, but I don't think they. I think they just want to secure with a better safe lane here, right? Does it feel like Shudder's those kind of
Radiant
teams where
team pick.
I don't think they weren't like Rage Haven. Rage Haven, they were willing to break out the normal cycle here. They were willing to go like really weird off picks here to make things work for the draft. So Doom would have been will be like you said. Doom is great against the Ember. Doom is able to synergize with the
10
Soulbind.
seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
But of course, oh no, it is going to be the carry DK. I mean, we'll wait. We'll see who picks it up here. If this is the carry DK, I don't think it's going to be the corrosive dragon. It's going to be the fire dragon.
You may now select your heroes.
And to bring the base, you got a dumpster hero like the Viper, and this is going to be. Oh, okay. So yeah, so it's going to be the mid. It's going to be the mid Ember, and Enzo is going to be the one with the Viper. So yeah, so it's gonna be correct. Mel is gonna be the safe lane Tiny. Enzo is gonna be the off lane Viper. Oh man, Viper against the DK. Yeah, that is not fun. That is not fun. I mean, oh no, wait, sorry. It's gonna be the mid. It's gonna be the mid DK. Okay, so they swap out the roles. They saw the Viper come in, and they're like, yeah, we gotta swap out the roles. So they're gonna have the mid DK and Mango, who's gonna be the safe laner, or are they gonna? I'm not sure whether they're switching roles or switching positioning, but we'll just have to see when we finally get into it, right?
Yeah, I'm also thinking around like Ember. So how are they going to catch Ember now? Yes, they do have the Grimstroke, but then again,
It's not instant, yes.
it's not instant enough, and he can easily remnant away the moment he saw the animation coming in. So it's going to be quite hard to catch the. It's going to be quite hard to catch the Ember Spirit if that's going to be the case.
I would say the fastest would most likely be either the Void Spirit once he gets the Scepter with the Resonance, right? Then that silence, or maybe the DK with the stun, the Dragon Tail, but not in the dragon form, in his human form. Human form stun is a lot more faster compared to the dragon form one. I know it's weird, but there is still it's a stun projectile, right? Same goes for Magic Missile, same goes for the Phantom Embrace as well. So the Phantom Embrace, the silence, all got travel timing. It's all projectile. There's got travel timing for all these projectile skills. So the fastest one will be the human form Dragon Tail from the DK, from the Dragon Knight, or maybe even the Resonant Silence once the Voice Spirit gets the Scepter. I think that's the only one that can really lock down the Ember here. Like the surefire way to do it, lah.
Yeah, so all that is definitely down to situations, right? So my only worry is that if they somehow can find a way to lock down the Ember, not allowing him to just go in and out of fights that easily, then maybe that's something that they need to think of, and that could probably bring them the success that they will be looking forward to as we head on to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be Shadow versus Victory Pals, and match point for Victory Pals after winning game 1.
Oh man, they are. It feels like they currently have 1 feet out the door as they slowly make their way up the ceilings of the brackets here. But I am concerned here, right? So, okay, let's just see how the role's gonna be like, right? Because don't get me wrong, Mango Rose is their safe laners, but just to switch things up here, it's definitely not the most comfortable switch, right? Because it's a Viper. I think anyone who does go up against a Viper would not have the most comfortable lane here. And just thinking about the combo, right? Like Viper with the tag team from the Tusker. Oh god, that is a very nasty. God, that's a very nasty combination. Oh man, you got the slow, the bonus damage, and the Viper poison that also reduces armor time. Oh man, it's crazy. It is insane. But from both sides, they're gonna be respectable. No jungle invasion, which is very sad. I really want to see some jungle invasion. Like you missed out a lot, Sir Cloud. Back in the regional qualifiers, we had a lot of jungle invasion that actually led to like rampages before the game even started, which was very fun.
Before the game? Oh, okay, all right. One of those bounty moments then.
Yeah, so it's like it's a full-blown 5v5, and I'm just like, that is what we're talking about, man. That's the action we're looking for. not the passive one where everyone is like happy-go-lucky, you know, like it's Thanksgiving dinner. No, man, we're not looking for Thanksgiving dinner vibes. No, this is Dota, Defense of the Ancient, you know.
Not Defense of the Thanksgiving.
No,
But okay, I'm reminded of one slick move, right? But hand that thought for a second. We might see our first blood here. Now
Yeah,
all in on the Mango Rose, but the counter comes in onto Enzo Watanabe. Enzo Watanabe is pretty low as well, but Mango Rose was the one to do first blood against Enzo Watanabe. But 1-for-1 trade. But let's see here. Will Amadea be able to survive? Looks like the magic missile came in.
Oh,
at the right
Fairy
timing,
Fire.
but Amadea Fairy Fire saved his life.
no, it's. Oh man, it almost feels good, and I understand the intentions as well because they really realize that okay, you know, it's not going to be very comfortable lanes against the Void, but they want to give the Void at least some form of an edge. They want to at least give him some level advantage, maybe whatever advantages they can get. But in the end, they just ended up trading back. I mean, sure, don't get me wrong, the Void still gets the EXP for the pickoffs for it, but Loomis getting right click down here, not enough.
One
And the
more,
ball
one
play
more.
goes to the
Oh,
stage.
no.
He got baited out. He did die. Ah, no, he wanted to. I love it. He tried to bait out with one of the chickens here, and he did succeed with the first one, but eventually foul play times out, and they still managed to get the pick on the Shaman, but they still get the bonus EXP through. I think Vengeful got like 2 kills EXP here, one from the bottom and one from the top here, at least before he died. So at least it's gonna be giving some form of an edge, I guess, in a way. But the Void Mango Rose gotta get as much poking as much as possible because once Enzo gets more points into poison attack here, especially into his passive as well, it's gonna get even harder for Mango Rose to withstand the damage.
But both positions, I must say, they are pretty equal at this point. Oh yeah, so I wanted to point out as well that for the mid laner of Victory Pals, so if you remember like his playstyle from the previous round, Tonneson, he was very, very good in terms of rotating like towards the lanes and getting pickoffs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and with this sort of hero that he's using right now, the Ember Spirit, it's a very strong rotator. He can probably pull off the same thing. But keep your eye on the top right now. Yu Heng was not able to land that kill, but neutral creep. Wait a second, Loomis. Oh
Yeah,
man,
it
that was
so
kind
thought
of
out.
bummer there. But anyway, it's not too bad because it allows him to get back to his space faster to reset.
Ah man, Loomis is just it really thought out the whole situation as well. Like dying to the neutrals, you don't give the EXP to anyone into the arena side. But of course, you get a nice pickup here. Mango gets isolated because of the ice shot as well. So they're not gonna be able to get any pickups here. And I love it. Oh man, that's team play right there. And the tree toss. Mel's still gonna be able to walk out of it alive. Sadly, there's no timber chain for him to keep up with the chase here. But gotta be careful. Top side, not easy. Timber Sword against the Tiny. Like, he will eventually whittle down the Tiny for sure. But now in the early phase, I think he should be able to take some form of advantage by getting after the swords. Come to the mix as well. They gone to the top of Mango Rose. They got the stacks. Oh no. Mango Rose gets isolated away.
nice
Without his
shot.
ultimate, there's no way for him to escape. And it's literally pretty much a done deal here, Sir Cloud.
He managed to high five. This is in nick of time, and coming back to the top lane, looks like for the top lane, Luma is not having as much of a good time as before. Magic Missile onto Mel, but not enough damage just yet. I mean, for Yu Heng, he's still at level 3, so not a big threat yet.
I mean, it's to be expected, right? Tiny early phase. I mean, you will definitely have great farming for sure, but you're not really the biggest team fighter unless you do like really cheeky ones like this one.
Nice toss underneath the tower. But for Yu Heng, well, okay, so he's already at level 3. And let's see here. Is he prioritizing the active armor? So looks like only 1 point so far. Still good enough, but if he gets like 2 or 3 points, that's it. He can like solo the lane by himself.
I think he doesn't really like whether he chooses to put more points in reactive armor or into his first skill as well. Don't think it really hurts him because like, you know, Tiny he's basically the slowest right click. I mean, he hits hard, but he doesn't necessarily hit as fast. Now, I don't think you see much contention except combo moves coming from Tiny, like the avalanche toss. Other than that, I think we'll see a lot of kill potential coming in from the Tiny. Could be there for the support, like those tower tosses for sure. But once the Timbersaw gets more levels, I think he's just by stats alone should be able just to be able to sustain it. Bottom side, on the other hand, oh man, that is until the Void Spirit gets his ultimate. I don't think he's gonna be able to outmaneuver the Viper. It's just a little bit that difficult. Not at least not without assistance. And mid, like I said, whatever lane that Dragon Knight goes to. Oh, another toss combination. Oh man, you gotta look out for those toss combinations. Toss shotgun under the tower, yeah, that hurts. It hurts. But yeah, seriously, Circle, like whatever for now, as hard as I see it, whatever lane that Dragon Knight goes to, it feels like he just dominates the lane. Like you sure even like his traditional counters doesn't feel like a counter at him towards him at all here. But just to be sure, and the best part about it is the corrosive dragon, right? Because it's no longer the fire dragon since they saw the Viper pick up, so it's not the safe lane DK. But the corrosive dragon basically, Circle, what it does is that it basically gives a Dragon Knight like a very budget desolator. That's all I can explain it.
That's a good way to put it, though. So with that, of course, you'll be able to take down the towers a little bit more quicker. But keep your eye on the top lane right now. Loomis is in trouble again, but they try to get a trade-off here. Nice shackle just in time, and Yuheng does not have the damage. But Yusu will still go down. In fact, it's probably going to be a support trade, but no trade happened there. Enzo Watanabe on the bottom lane instead. Got taken out. 2v1. And we got another kill into the middle. And that's going to be Tennyson getting a kill for himself.
Yeah, great rotation coming in from the Tusker as well. He came in to give the assist to Tennyson as well because now Tennyson, because the Flame Guard, he maxed out the Flame Guard. So he's going to be able to tank out a lot of the damage while also dishing out the damage towards the Dragon Knight as well. But the problem is he still needs a closer. He still needs the finishing blow here. So the Tusker coming in with a nice timing with the rotation really did give a little bit of a breathing room. But that also means it also gives an opportunity for both the Void and the Grimshot to go on top of Enzo here. Oh, I shard, but well played coming from the Void Spirit. Goes to the TP back.
If Loomis just arrived like 1 second earlier, he would probably have gotten the shackle on top. Just cancel out the TP, but yeah, that just happened then. So good escape there by Mango Rose.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower
So it's been pretty great. Like so far. Although yes, Ember is a little bit slow in terms of the farm, but you know, like I said, that breeding room was just much more necessary. Same goes to the bottom side. Viper, like don't get me wrong, yeah, sure, 1v1 Viper, definitely not the most funnest thing to do. But when you have at least an additional player, when it becomes a 1v2, that's something that the Viper doesn't like. He doesn't really have the best of an escape here, or any way to disengage here.
Yutsu now being chased down. Okay. I mean, it's going to be pretty hard, especially with the Flame Guard. There's not much they can do about that as he depended a lot onto magical damage. But the rotation's happening down the south under the bottom lane. Oh, just in the nick of time. But now the chase will revert onto another player, and that's going to be DP that went down. Nice switch up there at the bottom, but look at the mid lane. What just happened? How did Tennyson get caught out?
I have no idea, man. Like, what in the world happened here in the mid side? Not sure whether he tanked too much towers or not. I mean, he was taking some towers when he dived the Vengeful Spirit. He was like brought down to half HP. But I didn't expect him to get burst down by Yuheng. So that was a very big one. That was a very nice pickup.
Interesting, because okay, I was just looking over, right, and he had the remnant. He could have just easily remnant out. And as a Timbersaw, you don't have the lockdown, so not too sure what happened there. But what we're sure right now is Tennyson is back.
Yeah, probably run out of mana. You know, who knows? But it goes Yutsu, definitely falling prey to the huge CC. Not really the most bulky support there. Top side, bottom side.
Oh, we got Shackle there. The Shackle's now out. Looks like the counter's coming in. Loomis is still alive though. Look at how Loomis is navigating around the forest. Puts himself in a very safe position. And Tennyson shows himself into the bottom lane. And we did talk about his rotational sense. And again, he's showing it this round by helping his teammates at the bottom.
Oh. No, spotted out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Is he
attack.
gonna be able to get out? He's gonna prioritize mid. He sees berries, free food. Rune's gonna be spawning towards the bottom side, of course. Not sure what rune. Oh yeah, it is the DD rune.
Oh.
That's a good rune, especially for a fight like this.
Oh, here we go. Looks like they're gonna engage right now, and of course, with the double damage, you're gonna give him a lot of damage onto 3 heroes from side of Shadow. Swift, last year to Swift, and of course with the double damage, he is definitely gonna get a kill. But underneath the tower, will be taken out by Yu Hang. Nice rotation there by Yu Hang as well to get a trade into the mid lane. So for Victory Bells, they got a support, but for Shudder, they got the Ember Spirit.
And Mango Rose currently like licking his wounds after a close confrontation against Enzo the Viper here. Did have to use the ult, they definitely use the Viper Strike for it, but like hey, that's used, like I said, 1v1 a Viper, there's no problem. He's still the dumpster hero, but and an additional support, Enzo doesn't like company. He doesn't like a crowded area. He likes places where he's alone with another person.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need to deal with being forever alone. But not being alone this time, Loomis is there to help him out to secure that kill out of Yuzu. And Yuzu being caught out alone in that sort of position, I mean, there was definitely nothing much you can do about that.
Radiant
Tower.
structures are fortified.
Oh, Shackle right underneath the tower. With the Hex combo,
Radiant's
Mango
bottom
Rose
tower
doesn't stand a
is under
chance.
attack.
Yeah, it's rough. I
Dire's
think
top
like
tower is under attack.
anyone who goes up against a DK Vipers is never gonna be a fun lane. So really good last pick, but also like really good last pick from both teams in the drafting here. Really caught them all off guard. Pretty sure this wasn't supposed to be the mid DK. I think like I said, they definitely swap it out. They definitely swap things out when they saw the Vipers. So they're like, yeah, you know, this is not happening.
Yeah, but we're still seeing a very good Shadow Shaman though. But check out the mid lane right now, very nicely, putting a lot of pressure on the Tennyson. Tennyson now has backup. Amadei has survived. Oh, beautiful ice shot there. But now both of them bind it together. Loom is gonna come in from the side. Same goes for Enzo Watanabe as well. Looks like the blink in onto Enzo Watanabe. Enzo Watanabe is now in trouble. He's been caught out. Backup has to arrive. Tonison is back onto the fight. And the moment Tonison arrives, he gets the regeneration root at the same time, so now he is very well and healthy to take up the fight, but now he's being chased down by Mango Rose. Mango Rose has to let him go because he has chased targets onto Amadei. While onto the backline, very nice. He will not want to let him go at all, but Tennyson gets back up from Mel, and nice counter by Mel with the Avalanche Toss combo.
Oh, what a save on the Viper coming in from the Tuskar. Well played, but I mean, of course, he died in the end because Mango Rose is able to close the gap. I mean, he's a void spirit for a reason. But that fight went on longer than it's supposed to be. I mean, it was a 5v4. Oh, good defensive swap though.
Save his teammate, but now the chase is happening though. Godlike for Mel with a double kill package. And they're definitely going to take down this tower at the same time.
Yeah, I guess they were able to equalize in the end because like the entire time was like a 5v4 since for Shadow side, since the whole team actually joined in the fight. But now Mel comes in, they were able to equalize the scoreline here. So like 3 for 3. But of course, Victory Pal still in the lead in terms of not just the kill score, but also goal lead here. But now they want to hunt for bigger prey, Sir Cloud, and then they have their eyes on Yu Hang, the Timber Saw. Felt something to miss. He did Timber Chain away, but I don't think he's not going to be able to last too long. Slice of fish into the chain here.
Okay, he does have the chainsaw though, so should be able to be okay. But his teammate came in. All right, a little bit of a risky position there, but probably he knows that all the spells have been used, so not going to jump onto Jutsu underneath the tower just yet. But they may come up with a counter now. Here we go. Very nicely goes in straight onto the back line, straight onto the Viper. Viper has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Will be taken out immediately. One more left. Amadeus just buys time for himself, but definitely nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. Yu Heng will get the mega kill.
Oh, that was nice, especially now with the existence of the Blink Dagger for the Dragon Knight in the hands of Barry here. This makes their initiation a lot more better. Sorry, not Barry, Tonison. Make things a lot more easier in terms of the initiation as well, because you know DK is still a strength hero. He's basically just soaking damage while dishing out damage. He's like, oh no, sorry, it is Barry. So sorry, my bad. Yeah, so with the Blink Dagger, this makes things a lot more easier. You get a lot more combo off, especially with the Ink Swell. Don't get me wrong, Timber Saw with the Ink Swell is pretty great, but you know you need trees to really make things work. Blink Daggers at least allows you to guarantee your initiation with that combo off. So pretty great stuff. Oh man, look at all this goal. Definitely gonna be able to get that Shivas out shortly. So I think it's like about 200 more goals before we get that Shivas. But mid side, I don't think anything too crazy for now, right? Like, sure, you got the Shadow didn't manage to secure the tower. Same goes for Victory Pals. Objective-wise, we did see some aggressive warding coming from the Radiant team as well. They want to get some really clear vision, try to get a clear idea of what's the farming path here. And honestly, there's really not much farming path for the Tiny here. Like, it's a very slow game. I'm very curious of what's the itemization Tiny is going for, because we've seen quite a few. Echo Saber into the Shadow Blade. Oh yeah, this is going to be the Echo Saber into the Shadow Blade. We even seen the one where we saw like Moonshot into the shard as well. So. But regardless, I think Tiny is definitely keeping up with it. He's literally topping the net worth as well. But I think in terms of late game scaling, I think even the Tiny was slowly... Yeah, I think the Tiny was slowly overwhelmed. If we're just talking about just safe lane costs, just that alone at least. Oh no!
Oh, that's the call out there, but backup is here. Loomis is just right behind him. And Loomis down with the shackle, but they need more damage. Will they get Yuzu? Yuzu will be taken out just like that. Loomis will be the one to eliminate him from the battleground, and he is out for now. The moment he goes down, the rest of Shadow have to back out.
You know, I'm always very curious, right? You know,
Scanning.
when you soulbind somebody, right, and then you swap, right? So does both the people get swapped to the same spot where the Vengeful is standing or not? I'm always like, you know, this is like one of those. I wish in the Dota scene we had someone who's like those Mythbusters, right? Like just trying out all the weird things.
Right. I'm sure we do somewhere. Yeah, but there's so many variables to things, right? It's just insane. But it would make a good content idea, not gonna lie.
Pretty, it's educational, it's knowledgeable. I think it's fine. Ooh, good smoke. Instantly gets braked out though.
Okay. Mel is there though. He's gonna lead the charge. Oh, that's onto Mel. But the moment Mel knows that he's revealed, immediately comes in with the Avalanche Toss combo. Gets two back-to-back. Godlike. My goodness. Enzo Watanabe gets Mango Rose at the same time. Oh, Mango Rose is a courier. So that's going to cut off a little bit. But keep your eye on the Mango Rose right now with Mel just right beside him. He needs backup though, but we're going to keep our eyes on to the mid lane. Very nice, he's in trouble as well. Same goes for Mango Rose. Mel tries going for the chase, but he knows that he's not able to chase Mango Rose down. Instead, Loomis will get a kill onto Very Nicely in the middle, and this will open up the space. Not only in the middle, but the rest of the jungle for Victory Pals.
Yeah. This is great. I think this is something the team should also take into account. Right? Victory Pals, they really love the idea of just like roaming potentials. Like even you see like most of their picks usually allows them to just constantly roam around as a squad here, either to set the tempo or at least have really high catch potential as well. Oh no, Timbersaw. Shaman, he's there. He drops in the wards.
Oh, okay. Amadea comes in, but they won't have enough damage. Nothing much they can do about this. It's going to be an easy escape for sure.
Oh,
Instead of an escape, we try to
Loomis.
go for Loomis instead. Underneath. Stopped, and there you go. Managed to get the kill, but the backup has arrived though. DP goes down immediately to Barry 9C. Barry 9C. Came in at right timing. Victory Pals loses two players back to back. But too much focus on the Timbersaw, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough with just the Tusker and the Shaman. You definitely need the Viper, or at least the Tiny there to really break the reactive armor passive. It's just a little bit too durable, especially now he has the Shivas here. So he has insane amount of armor. Insane amount. You got the Pavlis also, especially with the Solar Crest going to be picked up eventually on the Vengeful. Look at the Timber, right? He has like over 22 armor. That's like you need the Tiny to be there. you need like a truck to overwhelm another truck.
Yeah, fight big boy with big boy, yeah. But looks like that's something that they might be looking forward to. Fighting in the middle right now, trying to get the Viper. And at this moment, where are you gonna go? Okay, nice swap there. And Yuheng gets the wicked stick in, gets a kill onto DP. And Yuheng, look at him tanking the front line. But at the same time, Swift is in trouble, being chased out by Tonison. There's going to be a double kill for Tonison, and now they're going to switch their focus back onto Yuheng. But Yuheng gets a mega kill, gets a monster kill streak before he goes out of the fight. And he still survived after all that, though. But looks like he got taken out just before he was able to TP away.
Yeah, now it's getting harder because like everyone is so dependent on just like as a group bursting down the opposing side. But it's different for Victory Pals. So sure, everyone is dishing out damage, but they lack Charlotte lacks something which Victory Pals does not, which is just flat physical damage, and that's exactly what Tiny comes in. And it's because of the it's also a bonus because he's a strength hero. He just pretty much just walks right in. He doesn't care if he's silent, yeah, because he has the shard now. So because of his shard, now his tree grab is infinite, so it will never break or disappear. So he just pretty much just walks in and just slap the hell out of everybody whoever he just is. Like he's pretty much like that meme where the guy just keeps slapping his whole entire family into the cops and paramedics. That's just pretty much the Tiny at this moment. The only difference is it's just not a slap. He's like taking an entire tree to do it. I'm actually surprised any of these heroes are not like, you know, ragdolling. Like, can you imagine like we get like more ragdoll animation? I mean, we are getting death animations, but I feel like maybe in the future, just maybe, Valve might just add in like ragdoll animations, like depending on how they died and what actually killed them, right? You might see like very unique ragdoll, like for example, Tiny's tree grab, right? You get hit by a tree and if you die, I want to see like the shaman just like flying off as if like it was like a home run from a baseball game.
Oh, that would be pretty cool, not gonna lie. Like, I would so get that animation.
Like it makes you feel like it makes you understand like how hard that Tiny hits. It's just like, yo, that guy hits hard.
All the way back home. Oh no, Loomis. Oh, caught out. That is it. Silence, nowhere to go. 3, 4, 5 onto Loomis. Definitely going to go down just like that in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. I mean, it was to be expected as well, right? Like, I don't think too many of these aggressive wardings should not go unattended. I think this is just one of the first few. Actually, you know, this is one of the first where where the shaman actually got caught during his aggressive warding.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I understand he was trying to open up space, but look at the bottom here. Barry 90 takes a bit of damage, but the counter came in from the other side. Yuheng! The moment he arrives, thanks to Mango Rose as well, they managed to get 1 kill out of Victory Pass, but now Victory Pass are looking for kills. Mal, like what you said, just walks in. Look at Mal at the back line. But at the front line, we have 2 players from the side of Shadow pretty low at this moment. They'll shift their focus towards that. Looks like it's going to be a team wipeout.
Is under attack.
Nice counter by Victory Pals.
Oh, it's so painful. Like it hurts so much because you have 2 people who can break you, right? Like you have the Silver Edge on the Tiny. You have the Viper Strike from Enzo, who also breaks for a long time and slows, which is something that Timbersaw doesn't like. He doesn't like to be CC'd or slowed down here. So
attack.
you lose your reactive armor. You get slowed down, and we saw like the Timbersaw just like absolutely melt away. Don't get me wrong, like the only surefire initiative would be the Dragon, but he pretty much did his part. Your supports can't withstand 3 hits from the Tiny here. And you look at the Viper Strike on the Timbersaw, he's just melting away from the stacked poison damage and the Viper Strike. And Barry is just succumbing to the flat damage that Mel is outputting in this game. Oh man, this is why we start seeing a lot of the rise of Tiny, right? Like it's too flexible in the drafting, nothing surefire as well. I think the only problem that Tiny would have would be the fact that you're not as fast compared to the other safe lanes that we have in the scene, like the Weaver or whatsoever, but he's still just as good.
Well, your keyword fast was just done by Victory Pals. Fast execution into the mid lane, and now they're going to go in for the chase onto Yue. Yue nowhere to go. And Yuheng gets taken out again. Double kill. I mean, he just got taken out at the bottom lane, and now again at the mid lane. And this is going to be go time here for Victory Pals up onto the high ground.
And of course, Towers, well, in the face of Tinies, he doesn't just slap heroes, he slaps buildings just as hard. The Walking Stone Mountain Giant has no issue of anything that's taller than him. You know, maybe they should put the exact like measurement for Tiny, because I remember in the lore he's a lot more bigger than this. A lot more bigger.
I mean, that's a way to make him bigger.
Radiant's middle barracks
Like, have you
are
seen
under
like the
attack.
maximum size of Tiny, especially when he got that
Even the
what
giant
were the
ring?
items in?
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
barracks
giant ring,
has
yeah.
fallen.
It'd be
Dire's
massive.
bottom tower is
That'd be
under
cool.
attack.
I mean, like so far, I think the largest thing I've ever
Scanning.
seen so far at this state would be the Warlock golems, because the Warlock has one facet, the behemoth one, where the more health regen the Warlock has, the bigger the Golem. But of course, the burn damage is just as painful as well. So I think you can actually look it up on like you can go and check out one of the videos, right? So you just see like a very massive Golem. Doesn't even have to whack anybody. It's just like a walking radiance because of the amount of health regen, the amount of health regen that the Warlock was able to garner for himself. So the damage varied based on his health regen. So very painful. He just sent the golems to the enemy fountains and they all just burned to death.
Oh man, I wouldn't want to see that though. So probably we'll look that up again. Because normally when you play like a support, you wouldn't put, or at least a Warlock, you won't put too much focus onto like, okay, I just want to get my health regeneration up there, you know, just for kicks and all that, like in an actual match. But yeah, I guess that's for fun and content. But on the bottom, Mango Rose having fun with his opponent, but Loomis comes in, the shackle just by the edge of the tower, and combo with the hacks. And there you go with a Walrus Punch. Mango Rose will be taken out just as when Mango Rose thought he secured the kill, but no, they say.
It's so hard for a spirit hero like the Void Spirit. I mean, Void, Ember, and Storm Spirits are all in a similar category where, you know, if you're not snowballing, you're not really doing anything because it's so hard for you to dish out damage when everyone else can like just out tank your damage, right? The kind of thing. You really need to be ahead and snowballing to really be just that terrifying. So this game, unfortunately, the Void not really the best of lane competitor as you go up against Viper. And since, you know, they have decent and the drafting makes sense, right? You have decent amount of initiatives.
Oh, the swap happened here, but then again, they're still caught. More players from Victory Pals going straight onto the back line. Barry C9C will be taken out. That is beyond godlike for Melz, and they go straight up to the high ground. Mel gets the double kill by taking out Swift as well. Pushing Shudder back. Shudder only 2 heroes on the ground right now. They do have 2 buybacks though, but they're going to expand that. Probably not. Maybe it's not going to be worth it at this point. Whatever it is, they're probably going to let the top lane go.
Oh, dude, do you see that crit, the 1300 crit on Swift, the Grimstroke, just from the tree toss? I'm like, yo, that is insane, man. I mean, it's like it's not okay. It's not every day you see like possibly the only one who can do that efficiently would probably be Phantom Assassin with the daggers, but like just seeing it from the tree toss, it's not something you see every day, man.
Oh yeah, and he does have a Daedalus to help him to do that. And that is insane damage. That one toss and your support will be out.
Not just the toss, like the tree toss, the tree grab basically. Oh, finally the tiny dies, but he does have the Aegis though.
Yeah, not going to be a problem. And he will be back into the game. But they might lose another player. Victory Pals right now might lose one, but then again the backup came in just at the right time. The Walrus Punch was able to pull out. And Enzo Watanabe is dominating this. 3 plays for the side of Shudder, currently down. Are they going to go in for the buybacks? Probably not going to help them that much as they call for a GG, ladies and gentlemen. Shudder, the journey is not over yet. They will continue on the lower bracket. Victory Pals will move on.
Victory Pals, the team that I first casted for the India of all the region, Indonesia region was the first one I started and also crowned Victory Pals the first to go to the playoffs. And here they're making their way as the first team to move up towards the upper bracket. One step closer to that juicy grand final spot. And of course, that is definitely the name of the game and the goal for Victory Pals. But the drafting was so well thought out. It was really well thought out. The Viper probably was not something it was definitely not something they planned ahead of time. I feel like it was just something they just saw an opportunity, right? Like it was the last pick Viper after the Dragonite last pick. So it's more like I think they just saw an opportunity. They're like, hey, you know, it's a Void Spirit and a Dragonite. All right, there's that one hero that will be able to just completely destroy these guys. And usually when you think about like, hey, you know, it's a ranged offlane, where are you going to get the initiation? There's no problem because you have the Tiny, you have the Tusker, you have the Ember Spirit, you have a lot of people that's already going to be initiating for you, right? So it's more like all bases are somewhat covered and you just have that additional flexibility to pick this hero who is just so phenomenally well as a dumpster hero against like the Dragon Knights, and also the Void Spirits here. But then again, I still think it's pretty hard to tell. I feel like, sure, you could chase out the Dragon Knight, but I also feel like depending on how the lane goes, I think the Dragon Knight might actually get an edge as well. But I think in this case, they didn't want to take the chance. They sent the Void Spirit instead. So, no, but regardless, it is definitely the drafting phase of Victory Palace is pretty great. But it's not the end. It's not the end for our boys here in the lower bracket. They still have one more chance for them to really bring that for Team Shadow from Malaysia. But I think there's a lot of things to think about, right?
Yeah, and I mean, you did talk about like the Shadow Shaman during the regional qualifier stage, and now we see it again, the Shadow Shaman. Probably going to come back to the unpopular opinion of like, should Shadow Shaman be respected and be banned when Victory Palace is playing?
I mean, I still stand by my points where he is definitely a factor for Victory Palace success. But I don't think it is something to be feared because, like I said, a lot of teams still finds a way to play around it. But of course, the course, as you see how the game goes, I proceed, right? Like I mentioned before, Shadow Shaman, if your team is leading, that's when the Shaman gets scarier, because when you have a hero with a lot of CCs, right, and you're leading, oh man, you're just gonna be able to enable your team by so much. I think that is somewhat the vision that Team Victory Palace has been going for ever since from the regional qualifiers, right? They somewhat win the game. They play off by dominating, by grouping up for rotation here, and they just continues to assert their lead to ensure they'll always be dominant at every stage of the game here. So I think that's where the Shaman really starts to shine for them here. But this is just one of the 4 teams that we have in the scene here. We have seen how Indonesia fare against the Malaysia team. But what about when they go against the Thailand teams or the Philippines one? We'll see who's going to be the next co-contender later in our second series of today, which is, of course, going to be Rage Haven against Team Tsunami from Thailand.
That will be an interesting one. Yeah, so definitely going to see a very different gameplay, because like what you pointed out as well, like every region has their own respective gameplay. But this is a good sample of what the teams are able to bring to the table, right? Like Shudder, very good in drafting, and they know their like a Victory Palace, very good in drafting, and they know their combos. Like what we see here, our standout player again is our Tiny, and here we go, man. Look at the amount of KDA, 2109. He actually did not die a single time.
He hasn't died. I mean, he has not been. No, you see, this is what I'm saying, right? This is the kind of playstyle we've been seeing a lot in the pro scene, right? Where your safe lane only comes in when it's really necessary. Then other than that, it's just usually your 4 teammates that's just roaming around the map, just creating space or just doing some form of damage, right? That kind of thing. The only time we ever see like those like even in the esports scene, right, or the pro scene, the only time we ever see two teams ended up being passive is when two sides ended up clashing, and then next thing you know, they weren't able to get anything out of it. It's just more like pretty much like an equal trade, and they're just like, let's just call it a day. We can't kill them, they can't kill us. Let's just try to figure out how else we can do about this.
Yes, but what we don't need to figure out is what kind of monitor are we gonna get here? Of course, you guys can check this one out. It's called the Samsung Odyssey OLED G6. My goodness, I was just looking over at the specs for this. My oh my! Talk about a 360 hertz refresh rate. That is massive. That is crazy. And of course, with that sort of a refresh rate, it is the fastest in the Odyssey lineup, and it ensures smooth, blur-free gameplay, and also allows you to be the best at what you do. That is gaming.
It's also really cool, right? Because it's like, if you feel like for the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8 is relatively too large, especially since it is a 32-inch monitor, right? The G6 is coming in to literally answer some of your problems, because if you don't like a too big screen like the 32-inch one, the G6 is actually a 27-inch one, and like Sir Cloud mentioned as well, it is packing with a Whopping 360 hertz or literally refresh rate, and the response time is just the same as the G8. It's 0.03 ms response time. Although yes, of course, with the clear difference that doesn't come with the smart TV. So at least Samsung comes in to cover bases, right? Like, hey, you don't have too large of a monitor, don't worry, we got the G6 here covered for you. You want a big monitor with smart TV functionality, we also got the G8. So everything is perfectly fine. And of course, this is the Samsung's newly released 2024 models here. So it's definitely something you really need to check out, as the Odyssey has been showing great history and great monitors of their line here.
Yeah, that's something for everyone, ladies and gentlemen. And that's also something for everyone in our Samsung Odyssey Cup Campus League, because we have more action for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And don't go anywhere, because we have more games to come. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be taking a short break. My name is Sir Cloud together with YOLO Lee. We'll see you guys after this one.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. when they click through to the and it's about to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the and it's about to be a so big vibe. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the and it's about to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the and it's about to be a so big vibe. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the and it's about to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the and it's about to be a so big vibe. You know when they click through, try to send this about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through, try to send this about to be a serious run. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through, try to send this about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through, try to send this about to be a serious I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through, try to send this about to be a so big fun.
Salutations, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Samsung Odyssey Cup Campus League Playoffs. I'm Len, also known as YOLO Lead, no longer solo lead, thankfully, because I am blessed with such an amazing caster here, and iconic in the scene. It's going to be Sir Cloud. Sir Cloud, glad to have you back on board. We just went through our first series of today here. It was a clean 2-0. We didn't really go all the way, unfortunately, to that third game. But hey, that's totally fine. Because, you know, the action is still happening. And we still got our second series to go.
Yes, and the action will continue on, ladies and gentlemen. And next, we're going to have the upper bracket between these two amazing teams, Rage Haven as well as Team Tsunami. And they're going to fight it off against each other in a best of 3 series. It's going to be the same format as before. The winner will move on, but whoever loses this round will still have a chance at the lower bracket.
Oh man, it's so like nerve-wracking, but at the same time so thrilling at the same time, Sir Cloud, mainly because of the fact that 2 of these teams comes from 2 regions which have produced really strong esport professional teams in the past, or still ongoing in regardless of what game titles. So both of them, Rage Haven from the Philippines and Team Tsunami from Thailand here. A lot of history, a lot of things to play off with as well. So I'm really excited to see, since this is the Campus League. So I guess you could say these all our teams that's currently participating in this playoff is really the next generation of aces that the region has to offer. But of course, from the brackets, we did cast our first stream. Victor Pals from Indonesia was able to win out the series against Team Shadow from Malaysia. But it's definitely not the end of the run. It is a double elimination format. So Shadow still has an opportunity in the lower bracket, but we will see who's going to be their contender as they go up against to see who is going to be the loser from Tsunami and Rage Haven.
It looks like Tsunami is going to take the Radiant side and Rage Haven is going to take the Dire side.
Radiant
We did see a couple of interesting picks from before, and maybe these teams will be taking notes of like, okay, this hero is able to do this, that hero is able to do that. And one of the first bans of Rage Haven side is going to be Tiny, and we saw how Tiny was used in the previous round to just run down the backline, and it was hardly anything that could stop him.
Okay, I'm laughing a lot. I'm smiling with glee right now, Sir Cloud, mainly because of the fact that the first 2 bans from Team Tsunami is purely dedicated for Mute. Mute from Rage Havens, their mid laner, and of course currently their team captain. He has not only able to fully utilize and dominate with the Lone Druid, but he has been absolutely wrecking with the Shadow Fiend as well. And he has no fear at all. Usually you see like, yes, we have seen like certain core picks in the past, like as the first pick, but usually that first pick usually comes from, you know, very specific heroes, you know, mostly like offlaners or Dragon Knight, or very flexible cores, right? That can swap either lanes. But no, Rage Haven Mute was the only one who always locks in Shadow Fiend first. It is a cap, but the counter picks, I mean, of course, the drafting, he has already allowed me to set him up. He did the base foundation before he lead up to the Shadow Fiend, of course. But still, he usually first pick first every single time, and he wins with it every single time. So, first 2 band, being respectful for Tsunami, they definitely have taken notes. They definitely has been doing the research here. And Rage Haven getting rid of all the flexible cores and the elusive mids here.
Well, every time I see a keyboard line, I'm reminded of our buddy Flavor. And you did talk about the usage of the keyboard of light as well, the strength, especially when it comes to high ground defense, like wave, easy clearance, able to support teammates as well. This is actually a very solid hero that they picked up.
It is great, great high ground defense, fantastic team fight abilities, and it causes Kotal mid. Of course, this is of course with the assumption if it's a mid Kotal, right? If this is a mid Kotal, there's going to be a lot of few mid heroes that are going to be suffering against the Kotal because he's just going to be constantly pushing in the waves here, and then you don't get that flexibility or comfortability to just farm because the creeps will always end up underneath your towers here, which makes it even more harder, especially since understanding if this is Mute playing the Kotal, it's also going to be there to deny your creeps at the same time. So not only is the tower not within your control, your opposing mid laner is also going to make it hard for you to secure last hits as well. So it gets pretty difficult. And team fight wise, once it gets the Will-O-Wisp, such a massive it's like a mini black hole But there is still like
Radiant
breathing room
team
between the
back.
intervals, but it's still going to be quite a nuisance within the fight, especially if you don't have BKB or anyone who can really break that Will-O-Wisp fast enough.
Yeah, and I guess that's why we can see like some of the bans related to that, like the Storm Spirit, for example, is able to
Radiant
dive
team
directly into the Will-O-Wisp to try to break it.
Mhm.
So they kind of cut that out of the equation as well. Same goes for the Pangolier. Also, one of the counters to a Will-O-Wisp that's able to dive straight in. So that, or maybe even dive out of the Will-O-Wisp as well. I mean, it works both ways.
10
So they kind of
seconds
cut that out from the equation. Now, keeping Keeper of the Light as still one of the
5
strongest
seconds remaining.
fight initiators, or even like a team fight, a continuation in any situation.
Mm-hmm. And there's really not a lot of there's still a lot of offlane options here. But then with the Weaver picked up here, Weaver has still pretty flexible. It's a fantastic safe laner, very elusive safe laner, so very hard to really get your hand on it if you don't really have the enough controls for CC. But you can also go, we also seen support Weaver, and if you choose to go for the other facade, you can actually go support Weaver with it. So, but he's also really great as a range hero. You are pretty great at hitting or breaking the Will-O-Wisp. You're also really great against like certain, if this is a safe lane Weaver, you're also pretty great against certain offlaners like the Darkseer in particular here, because traditionally the way to counter the Darkseer, especially in the lane for the Iron Shell, is usually range heroes here. So, or wave players like Savants, for example. But Savant also doesn't do well against the Darkseer because of the walls of the illusions. Anyway, great. Rage Havens, you got this. Really high mobile, great catch as well. And Marcy is also one of the few supports where just her alone, just her ultimate, she's able to melt anybody. Like even the tankiest cores will sustain huge amounts of damage. The supports will never survive against the Marcy.
5 seconds
And this is also
remaining.
something that Rage Haven also picked up during the regional qualifiers as well. So a great initiation. You got backline, you got Io with the saves. Oh man, I remember the Io saves. It's just so dominant in the hands of Rage Haven too. Saved so many times. I remember there was one scene. I remember there was one game last week, Sir Cloud, where just the Io alone, he mitigated all of the damage, all the ultimates, everything all wasted, and it just gets reset by one Io. Reset it, everything. So it's like, it was really fantastic to watch. It was such a thrilling moment.
Now that sounds like a really scary IO here that we're talking about. Yeah, and you have that together with Keeper of the Light. Of course, Marcy, at least at this point, was able to dish out the damage. And also, most importantly, is that Marcy is able to go for the backline, whoever they're going to pick, whoever that Tsunami is going to pick. At this moment, it is still Nyx Assassin and Weaver. And Nyx Assassin, one thing about Nyx Assassin though, I do like this pick because it gives them a lot of information. Now, information is one thing, but what are they going to do with the information? Obviously, they cannot depend on Weaver with that information to dive in straight on head first. So they need to pick up somebody who's able to like have a
Radiant
single
team.
target visibility if they want to go in for early pickoffs. But Invoker, this is also another interesting one. It's able to go to the side lanes, come out with lots of disabled skills, and just try to win the lanes early on.
I mean, yeah, he's great. He
10
has
seconds
really fast
remaining.
tempo as well. He's a good tempo player. He's also really great at jungle
5
evasion if
seconds
necessary as well. He gets to earn. You can actually just roam around if necessary to give the necessary amount of support in the other lanes. He's also range. He's also ranged as well. And if he were to go toe to toe with the Caudle, well, Caudle's not gonna have the best time. Let's just put it at that, right? That kind of thing. A high burst. You can actually melt out the Caudle really quickly as well if you're able to catch it with a combination too. And you got high burst, and EMP is always something great in the fight where when you get up against certain cores who just doesn't really have an insane mana pool, EMP just completely drain it and you're pretty much out of the fight. But Darkseer comes to the mix, that's gonna be their pick for themselves here. I think Tsunami just makes it pretty clear because like, hey, we have team fight, and also we also managed to secure the Weaver. Like I said, there's not just even in the team fight alone,
10
Darkseer's
seconds
ultimate the
remaining.
wall pretty much makes things a lot more harder because if he's able to get a really good illusion
5
of like an
seconds
illusion of
remaining.
Savant with his ultimate out, TB, the Terror Blades, or even the Chaos Knight, like you can't even pick Chaos Knight into the Darkseer nowadays, even because with the Chaos Knight innate ability, he has the ability to produce. If he ever produces an illusion, it will always there's a chance for him to produce an additional illusion, which works both ways. Not only for the Chaos Knight with the with the Manta Styles or with his Chaos Bolt or with his ultimate with the Phantasm, it also works against him like walls or disruptions or shadow demons. It will produce an additional Chaos Knight illusion to fight against him as well. So
Dire
it gets
team
pretty
battle.
hurt. Don't think we'll be seeing the Chaos Knight here.
Oh.
But they are both sides still going to be keeping their safe lane a little bit optional here for themselves. I mean, Tsunami, they could lock in with the Weaver, but I think they're going to be very flexible about it to see where it goes.
And I see the combo
10
here, right? By
seconds
picking up the
remaining.
Mars, you'll be able to combo with Keeper of the Light.
5 seconds remaining.
Able to come up with a good amount of lockdown, but you still need a really, really good finisher. So that's probably what Rich Haven is going to be picking as their last pick after this. For the side of Tsunami, we'll think about it as well. They have 3 heroes who's able to be invisible. So that will also force Rage Haven's economy to purchase more dust just to try to counter to a Tsunami. Now, that could work for or against, of course. If you purchase it dust,
yeah.
if you use it, you get killed, that's fine. But if you don't get anything out of it, it's just money lost.
No, it's totally. I totally get you, right? In terms of money spending, it's going to be a lot more for the side of a Rage Haven because you're dealing with 3
Radiant
envy
team
heroes,
back.
not just of dust, just for sentries alone as well. If the game, especially if for Rage Haven's point of view, if the game isn't going so well with them, Tsunami is able to get the initiative, they're gonna be spending a lot more sentries just to deal just to secure the jungles. Because let's be honest, a roaming Nings to give in the necessary vision,
10
and you also got that
seconds
global aspect with the Sunstrike, and the Weaver also to play off with the Nings. You're actually
5
gonna be
seconds
you're actually
remaining.
able to get a lot of intel and also a lot of kill potential. But of course that's if Tsunami is having the initiative for this. So Rage Haven in particular,
Radiant
now it's their turn to
team
start
back.
banning out safe laners. Mars doesn't like those strong right clickers. Lifesteal is one of them. Ursa is also another one that's really great. That's really great against the Mars. So that's why we start seeing a lot of the safe lane picks. So I
10
think maybe from their
seconds
point of view,
remaining.
they're pretty sure this Weaver might not be a safe laner, or
5
it might just be the
seconds
support
remaining.
instead. But like I said,
Dire
it's
team
in a
back.
similar case with the Tiny where there's that flexibility
Dire
between cores and
team
support roles here. So yeah, final ban coming in for Roche is going to be the Ursas because like I said, Mars doesn't like it. There is still another person that you could somewhat utilize against the Mars. But like I said, you're also denied because of the Darks here. So you don't really have a lot of options here. Chaos Knight is definitely out of the picture. You could pick the
10
Wraith King, but you know, it's that
remaining.
kind of, like I said, there's always going to be a risk in this game. You will have to face the wall here. But it seems like the core would. Okay, cool.
Okay.
No, okay, so Cloud, like I said, this is the exact same situation I'm facing with Rage Haven in the regional qualifiers. They don't stick to the standards. They're
10
always going to be
seconds
like
remaining.
surprising us with like off picks here. Something like how
now select
Sumil
your
did
heroes.
with the last Shrek safely in the pick. Very same situation here. But of course, with that being said, seeing let's just see all the players picks here. Then I can have a rough idea who's going to be where. Okay, so Mute with the column mid, that's definitely going to be there. The uglier, fantastic IO player. And friends, yeah, okay, with the support. So yeah, correct. So the miss is going to be France. Oh wait, hold on. Was it Jollibee or France? I can't remember, but I think it's France. Yeah, France was their safe laner. It's going to be the safe lane Marcy going up against the Ducks here. Oh, that is not going to be fun. Yeah, that is not going to be fun at all. But I guess I guess they can clear out the Iron Shell,
10
the Iron
seconds
Shell
remaining.
creeps as well. It's not gonna be an easy one, but I think with the Shadow Demon, you should be able to dish out decent amount of damage once you get those decent amount of stacks with Shadow Poison. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the composition decided by both of these two teams. Tsunami from Thailand, Rage from Philippines. So Carl, what's your take on this? With any composition that you feel okay, don't look at the team in general, don't look at the players, just think about the composition and which composition do you gravitate towards too?
I kind of do like the fact that the Invoker is in the game, and I think that if we, of course, it's based on of sequencing and what might happen inside of the team fight itself, right? But I would say that an Invoker will be a good counter to what Mars will be able to come up with. Like, let's say Mars comes up with the initiation, Invoker easily will counter with the tornado and every other spell together just to disable Mars, and they might find it that they were put in a difficult spot if that situation sort of arise. But I'm pretty sure they have that at the back of their head as well. So they might want to try to pick off the Invoker first instead. That must be their first target, because you don't want to leave that hero that has all the disability skills, all the CCs to still be alive in a team fight. And if they can do that, then Tsunami they would have, then Rage Haven would stand a good chance. But if they don't, then Tsunami would be able to counter in every single team fight.
True. But at the same time, also I'm a little bit concerned because they did pick the Nyx to. I won't say Nyx Assassin is the direct counter to Collar, but the Nyx Assassin plays a very similar role to like how you would pick a Nyx against the Puck, right? Because Collar is going to be blasting the waves, and the Puck also pretty much clear the waves with the Illusionary Orb. And so how does usually the Nyx player does is that during all this skill output, they use the Spike Carapace to actually stun the Collar of the Puck during those skill spamming situations. So like I said, it's not really a direct counter, but it is a very nice way to like stagger or set up for the next fights, or mid combat.
Yeah, and speaking about setting up though, so both sides, looks like we're not going to see one of those early game rampages like what you have probably seen in the qualifiers.
This is this is the team that actually got the rampage. Right? Rage Haven was the one that actually got the rampage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they would have won. Yeah. So really great to cast their game as well. I didn't handle Tsunami's broadcast. It was actually handled by Cyclops, another great broadcaster. Oh man, I haven't seen. The last time I saw Cyclops was like back in 2018 for the esport, the World Esport Games. Oh man, it was so long time ago, man.
Yeah, now he seems to be doing something else as well. I saw him like doing talks about AI stuff and all that. So yeah, just progressing himself overall, I guess, and doing great stuff in Thailand.
Yeah, I mean it's expected. Everyone's moving up in life. Everyone has their future endeavors. I just wish the best for not just for my friends, but also for everyone here in this chat and this game in this broadcast as well. But of course, battles begins. Let's see how it goes.
Oh. Okay, a little bit of a block here. So we might see the first blood very, very early on. I mean, it's only level 1. Where is he going to go? And Eno is going to be the one to secure that kill instead of any other core hero.
Yeah, man, this is to be expected as well. They were able to get the initial positioning and get the setup for it too as well.
Well, no rampage, but then again, it's still the first blood for Rage Haven.
True.
And this is the fastest of first blood that we had so far today. The other first blood, we had to wait for the laning phase to happen. We had to wait for the rotations, and it's a signal that the type of pace that the Rage Haven is going to bring in this game. And I think for them, looking at the fact that Tsunami has a Morphling, Rage Haven, they need to play the pace a little bit faster. They cannot allow Morphling to have that space to farm until the late game.
Yeah. So it is indeed going to be the Weaver support here. So definitely we might see the Scepter coming out for sure, as he's going to be able to use the Timeless on any of his allies. And I believe he went for the Skitter Step, which is the fast step where if you Shukuchi and hit into anybody, right, you actually slow them instead. So there's like a little bit of CC, like some form of CC with his elusive Shukichi as well. So that's going to be something nice to have. I believe he went for my Fantastic Observer. Can we check? Okay, so he went for the other facet where if any enemy ally. Oh, that is a beautiful setup for disruption to spears.
But then Wen is in trouble though. Last hit. There you go.
Yeah, so
lucky enough his spear was
so you see that
long enough.
So you see that little Weaver illusion. Yeah, so that's actually the facet for Eno Shadow Demon, right? The Shadow Servant, where if any heroes were to fell nearby him, he actually spawns that illusion additional. So maybe within the fight itself, you could have an additional. Basically, a fight could suddenly become like a 5v6, or sorry, more like a 6v4, 6v4 situation, yeah.
Not the situation that Tsunami wants to be in, though.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. But Connell, you got to be careful. Great, he's also one of the best heroes, not just for clearing waves, but also great for stacking camps, which he can also use to clear it out at the same time.
Oh, So here we go. So it looks like a little bit of pressure on the milk, but he won't be faced with that. I mean, he's a very strong early laner as well. Anything that needs him to clear waves, he's definitely the hero for it.
But I don't get me wrong. As fun this is to watch Mute like playing Colo, I think it'll be even more fun if I know my English is off here, but like it'll be even more fantastic if he was playing like very aggressive heroes, like very elusive ones like the puck and everything. Trust me, when you see him utilize it, when you see him playing those, it's very hard to see. It's very hard to see Mute playing like very more passive heroes like the Call. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's also part of like what you mentioned, right? Like Rage Haven, they like to come out with something that is out of the norm. So even though, and not only when it comes to drafting, right? It's also like how you understand how their players will play. But they managed to get another kill on top.
Yep.
And Uglier
Yeah,
got one kill for himself. Okay, the supports are getting it in for the team.
It's so tough for them to really like with the lineup that they have in the lane, the Darkseer and the Nyx Assassin. It's pretty hard for them to really get their hands on top of the IO.
Structures are
Basically, in other words, they are just out tanking the damage coming out from the Iron Shell, and they're just prioritizing, just shredding the Iron Shell, the Iron Shell creeps, which makes it harder for them because he's like using a lot of mana to get those Iron Shells out. Darkseer doesn't really have the best mana pool. Oh my god, bottom side. Oh no, not again.
Oh, no stun. But Eno now seems to be in trouble. Wen has arrived though. Wen will definitely want to go in for the backline, but he's only level 2, so there's nothing much he can do about that. Plus, he is a support player, so he has to allow his teammate to get all the farm instead. So that's why he's a little bit under. Okay. Oh, nice rotation by Buku there. Okay, here comes the tornado, and they will secure that kill against Eno. But a bit of a trade there. A support for his support, so that's a 50-50 between the two.
True. But I think this Mana the Invoker is very happy to get the kill because like the middle lane is getting a little bit stale. He's getting a little bit stale, but he's also slowly falling off in terms of farm because Mute is also farming the jungle as well while he's also stacking at the same time. Yeah, so it's not really losing out, and at the same time the Nyx is also helping to get the nasty amount of stacks. Is he stacking? Actually, I'm not too sure. I felt like he was stacking, just looking for the minimap. Either way, coming to the top side, Mind Flare. Getting 1 point, but not much contention. They really can't outburst the Marcy. Like it's really difficult while Uglier is still at play. Might need the Invoker to go for the rotation here to really try to get the kill off on France on the top side. But mid area, both sides finally hitting that level 6 here. Let's be honest, okay, Circle. Have you ever seen a caller who that runs out of mana? Because in my opinion, I've never seen a caller that runs out of mana. Never.
No.
It feels impossible,
not at
right?
all. Yeah, I mean,
like you would have to be so sacrificial for your teammate, right? Like just completely chakram for your teammates instead of yourself, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah, but even so, it's like, you could spare like one charge for yourself and then you'll be back up again, and that's all you need, right? So, man, it's very hard to see that sort of situation happen. But okay, maybe the only time that you might see that happen is there's a mana burn involved. You have an anti-mage or something like that. But what we're going to see right here is going to be a 2v1 or make that a 2v2 again. Wen came in from behind, but then again, Wen as a support, level 3, it's not going to be able to dish out much damage. They're coming back to the Caudal without mana. Yeah, that's probably the only way we're going to see it. Mana burn.
Yeah, it's going to take time. Bottom side, let's be honest, I think top and bottom is going to be pretty stale. I think this is definitely something I didn't expect coming from the Rage Haven's game. But, maybe we will see a lot more action towards mid-game because that's where all the heroes starts to really shine here. Starts to really come online as well. But secure in terms of EXP runes. Yeah, of course. With the Disruption Wall, is going to be the one to be able to secure it. Battle of the right clicks. Do remember, Weaver is still an edgy support, but then again, it's a little bit difficult when you're facing against illusions of your own. So 3v1 situation, yeah, you gotta back off, man. It's like, yeah, back off my territory. This is my land, my rune.
Well, at least he tried, but yeah, I mean,
Oh, but I see a
Pretty
rotation.
50-50 there.
I see a rotation coming to the bottom side.
Oh, okay, gotta keep an eye on that. So it's gonna be 3v1. Arena being called upon. But where's he gonna go right now? Okay, backup has arrived though. Mule is here. Tornado and Mute is here together with his other teammates. 4v3. They immediately disengage, going for the chase onto Wen. But when he does have the Sakuchi in about 5 more seconds, he'll be able to get away. Shouldn't be a problem. They have to make it fast. But oh no. Okay, that is quick. That is fast. And he falls.
Okay, so the thing is, this is one concern that I have for Rage Haven. It would be the fact that the lack of consistent stuns, right? Like, don't get me wrong, disruption is also a fault. Oh, anyway, hold that thought for sure. It's gonna be a beautiful dispost into the rebound here.
But 3v1, and he's definitely going to go down. Backup arrived, but not in time. But looks like they're going to find the counter. But at the same time, Baron actually went down. Oh man, 2 for the side of Tsunami now, taken out. They're looking for more right now. Going in for the tower dive. Taking a lot of damage though. Has to back off immediately. But looks like they managed to deal enough damage to take down Poco in the process. Wow! Look at the coordination by Rage Haven.
Yeah, now this is the aggression that I've been waiting for coming from Rage Haven as well. After witnessing or casting their games back at the regional qualifiers. Yeah, what was I saying again just now?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, so I was saying, yeah, my concern for Rage Haven's lineup will be the fact that the lack of like really guaranteed stuns, right, or at least consistent stuns. Don't get me wrong, disruption is a great, I guess it's a stun on the way here. But other than that, yeah, it's just like you got some form of CCs here, but it's not like a guaranteed stun like a Hax or an Earth Spike like the Nyx Assassin as well. It's very difficult, especially when you're having all these elusive heroes, or at least like the Morphling as well, where control is really somewhat the name of the game here, to try to melt it out. I mean, you could try to out damage them, even with the strength stats being changed here, but I would definitely prefer a little bit more stuns, a little bit more control here. But you know, it's Rage Haven's call. They feel like, okay, with the Spears of Mars, as long as they land it, then it's still going to be enough. Or even with the repose here and the dispose. So going to be able to find their ways on top, or their hands on top of the Invoker.
Dire's top tower is under
Well,
attack.
there goes another kill there. Tsunami lost another player, and it's going to be Rage Haven. One more kill till they reach 10, and they're probably going to get it now. Barrett in trouble. Yep, there you go. It's going to be a straightforward caught out in the middle of the river.
Yeah, so this is where it begins, right? You really need to respect the idea of the global sense with the IO. As long as the IO is around, and now with Marcy with level 6, even the Darkseer is not going to be able to out-tank the damage here. Sure, he has Surge, but he's really staying around. What?
I mean, he knows that he can't run away.
Really?
So I guess what he was trying to do is that, okay, let me try to get as much as possible from the creeps and go out as a hero. I don't know.
I mean, okay,
Literally.
okay, I get it, right. Like there is the rebound, that's the dispose. Maybe that's why he figured like he just couldn't run. Yeah, I guess he really couldn't run because like even yes, he does have the surge, but there's still like the activation timer, right? Because there's like the animation where he actually casts surge on himself before he actually gets the movement speed. So I think take it into account and how instant the rebound is or the dispose. Yeah, I don't think he will be able to run for too long. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, so the Marcy is now being the bane for Tsunami. If you kind of think about it, like you can't really run from. Okay, who can truly run from Marcy right now? Arguably Invoker, but it's more like a disabled. And if the Marcy carries dust, then your 3 invisible heroes will find it very, very difficult.
Speaking of difficult, it's so difficult to go up against the EMPs here. But of course, spotted out, Sentry set up as well. Oh, there's just so much slow from the Demonic Purge. If that doesn't make things worse, there's also the Solar Bind.
Oh man, and not only the EMP from earlier on, Baron, the moment he shows himself up, gets taken out. Mule is going to be the one to take that point away.
Radiant structure.
And if you think about it, like the effectiveness of the EMP, right, is immediately negated by Mule.
Yeah, I guess so, right? Because of the chakra magic, right? But I think,
Radiant's middle
but if
tower
everyone
has
gets hit by it, right? I think we're going for sure. You prioritize the one that requires the instant mana, right? But you know, I think it's just I feel like it's a very
Dire's
situational
top
spell.
tower is under attack.
But I think regardless, right?
Radiant's bottom
This is the
tower
pace
is
that we're
under
looking for,
attack.
right? This fast pace, you don't see like members of Rage Haven just like farming around. They're just like really fast paced about it. They're like, you know what? We're pretty solid. We're pretty strong. We just got to look for a couple of fights, try to get the objective up. We're not seeing a lot of Mars because Mars is
Radiant's
trying to
bottom tower
prioritize
is
to get that
under
Blink
attack.
Dagger up. I think he should be on the way. I think he should have it by now. I see a Curry on the way to the bottom, so I think his Blink Dagger might just be the Curry. I could be mistaken. Oh yeah, that is the Mars.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Because I see this full slot and it's no cash. I'm like, okay, what did he buy? Most likely the Blink Dagger, right?
Radiant's bottom
It has to be. It
tower
can't
is
be
under
anything else.
attack.
Don't surprise me anymore.
Dire's top tower is under
Rage Haven,
attack.
but-
Yes. So with the Blink Dagger, then it will be time for you to get into action.
Oh, yeah.
Come in with the
Radiant's
arena,
bottom tower
and then the whole
is
team
under
fight
attack.
happens, and then you can combo with the Caudal. I mean, this is what he's probably going to do coming soon. Now that they've TP onto the top and they're going for the chase, the surge being used,
Yeah, imagine
and
getting up
tries to get away, but lucky enough for him is down to safety. But look at the backline though. Keep your eye onto that. The arena being called upon. Managed to catch one. The EMP will be used as well, burning a lot of mana in the process. And Hong will go down. Mill will be the one to get the mega kill onto it. Looking for Win. Win, where are you gonna go at this point? And looks like he managed to somehow get away to safety. But the chase is continuing on. And they're trying to get Varen next. But Varen being supported by his other teammates from behind as well. But still not able to get away to safety. Mill is the one that is going to get the kill and is unstoppable at this point. Tornado to the back line just to buy a little bit more time while Wen goes up to the high ground, comes right down with the Saguchi. But oh man, Lemi immediately taken out. We did talk about this. How are they going to run when you have a Master around?
Like, but do you see what I mean? Like the fact that how the fight transitioned from the top part of the tier 1 all the way to towards the end of tier 2. Like, yes, don't get me wrong, there is CCs. There's way to slow things down. But like,
Radiant's top tower
they really
is
slow
under
things down.
attack.
But like I said, I do find the comfortability of you, the fact that like if the fight starts there, it should just end there, right? It shouldn't be like you really need to catch them up here. And I think this is, I mean, sure, they're right now Rage Haven is currently in the lead, so they definitely have the comfortability of just chasing them down, right? Oh, Spear Mask didn't really connect into the dispose. Not gonna be the fun time for our dear Varen here. We'll die for sure.
A lot of focus on Dumas though by Wen. Wonder what was he expecting to get out of that. Oh no, that's not the Wen. Wen has to get away to safety. Still has the Saguchi though. Now they try to get one kill and Wen will be the one to secure it. Take it out, friends. Dominating streak ended just like that. The arena has been called upon.
Dire's
And now
middle
looks like
tower is
Poku
under attack.
still in an awkward position though. Eno is close by. And the counter might happen anytime soon. Wen is still there. And the fight's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. They're still trying to find the next target. Uglier. This might go ugly for him, but no! When his teammates are there,
Has fallen.
pushing Hong Hong away. And Hong Hong has nowhere to run, using the Surge to get away to safety. The Surge is his saving grace for now. Oh, wow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Hong Hong. Oh, look at the chase from the top two. Right now we're somewhere in the middle. And it might continue to chase down bottom, but the Uglier now will need to be saved.
Dire's middle
One
tower
last
is
tick of
under
health.
attack.
Uglier heals up. Thanks to the Keeper of the Light. And when now be chased upon, immediately gets away to safety thanks to Varen there to support him as well. But
Aw.
Varen! Man, a trade-off there. Don't call me God. We have to call him God with that start off a blink kill.
It's so long, I can tell you this. The fight was so long. They were just chasing them down, and it was like, there's no stuns, and the stuns it's not guaranteed. Like, it's literally solely dependent on the soul bind. Okay, let me tell you something. The entire lineup is solely dependent on either the solar bind, Marcy with the dispose, but that's of course she needs to get within range, and the caster is not that far because she is the core Marcy and the support one with the Aetherlands. The Shadow Demon is not at the center for disruption, and at times it feels like you need the mask to be there to really pull it off, because if not, you're just gonna help your enemies to reset this, especially if you catch one instead with the Weaver. Oh, dude, it's so annoying. Like, can you imagine from that point of view, they just had to just casually keep running them down. Oh, nice dispose, nice catch.
Is under
Did commit the unleash, but that's gonna be utilizing to melt out the tier 1
Radiant's
tower.
top
But you see what we know on the
tower
Circle Cloud? The amount of catching they have to do is it's insane to me. It's so funny. And hilariously as well. All it takes is just one BKB to really cancel out all their abilities.
Well, you spoke about the catch. We just saw another one with the arena,
Yeah.
blink, arena, and you blink and you miss it at the moment.
Yeah.
Immediately take it out just like that. And
Radiant's
at
top
this moment,
tower
Red
is under
Haven,
attack.
they're dominating this game. Look at the net worth as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
They are 9K ahead.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially now with the Mars with the Blink Dagger. Ever since he's got the Blink Dagger, it just continues to enable them their team fight. They're pretty much very confident about it as well. They just don't want to give time for the Morphling to bring back the game. There's really not enough space for the Morphling to farm. Like if you look at the Morphling items, right? He's just not there yet. He's really trying to find ways to bring back the map. And it's so hard for Varus to really just
Radiant's bottom
to
tower
roam
is under attack.
solo around the map because, like I said, this is just one of those situations. If you're far behind, you're gonna be the one that's gonna be the one buying a lot of sentries here. And Varus, as aggressive if he wants to be, try to utilize the Vendetta alongside with the
Dire's top
Weaver, but that's
tower
just
is under
pretty much
attack.
all he can do at this situation. He is trying to get the Dagon out, but the Morphling, I think, almost with the Manta. Almost with the Manta.
There you go. Sunstrike. Eno might fall. But backup is here. Okay, Eno bought some time. Eno will still be eliminated by a Hong Hong.
But
Nice catch there. But
but
now
they need
they
to
have to
run.
back off because Rich Haven, the rest of them, is going to come in for the counter.
they gotta run. They have to
Look
run.
from the side. Oh, there you go. Blink in. No arena just yet. But who needs arena if you have the eel? And even with the Smurf, you're not able to get away.
I love it, right? Suddenly in this situation, everyone's just like buying items that just help, like to really help to like lock them down in place. Eels, hacks. You got the slows, you got the Dagons here. Good TPs. Marcelo could have canceled out the Invoker's TPs. But okay, so here's the interesting thing, right? Circle. There's a reason why you have the Mars in the game, right? So yeah, sure. Even if Weaver was the first pick, right? But even if Weaver did manage to get the Scepter, even though he wants to save people with the time lapse, right? Because with the Scepter, the time lapse becomes targetable on allies. He can't do it because of the arena. The arena, we see now that if you remember the new arena, the Arena of Blood, if anyone is in the arena, any allies that's outside the arena cannot see or target any allies that's currently in the arena. They are completely blinded here. So it's like, even with the timeless scepter, you can't save anyone that's in the arena. You just can't. So that's also something really nice to think about as well.
Oh, but here we go. The blink in.
Yeah.
Arena is available, but he's got to keep
The
that for sure.
rebound.
No
Dispose,
reason
yeah.
for them to use the arena, and it's going to be a straightforward kill out to Hong Hong, who was caught out.
And a free illusion. Speaking of which, we finally see the Atos on top of the hands of the Cardinal.
Okay.
Oh,
Now
God.
this is a beautiful arena. I mean, from the back, and also Mute. What level of dagger does he has? What level of a
Dire's turret has
dagger
been
does he
killed.
has?
level
Okay,
1.
level 1. Okay, cool. I expect level 5 to come soon.
I mean, he's slowly making his way. Spear didn't land. He's gonna be able to waveform out of it. But like I said, I guess you could say the only sure guaranteed way to lock someone in place or within an area would be just the Arena of Blood. That's the only way. Oh, they're gonna be able to secure the Radius Tormentor for the Dire side. Gonna be in the hands of Eno, which is actually pretty cool. The demonic cleanse is definitely gonna be quite helpful. But in the end, the demonic purge is the problem. The real problem here. It's BKB piercing. You're basically purging any abilities, and coincidentally, you found
Wait
word.
a second.
What is that cast rate
Wait
for
a
the
second.
dispose, man? That doesn't make sense.
Wait a second, when? Oh my goodness, that was a close one that I went.
Dude, but do you see the cast rate for the dispose? It feels like Marcy's hand just extended for a second. My God, that is insane.
Man. I wonder like what Wen was doing in that sort of awkward position. I mean,
I think it's just a coincidence, lah. He was just trying to make his way back, trying to get some farm, lah. Because I think, like nowadays, you see certain supports like Enchantresses started being on the rise. Maybe you see a couple of chants. Maybe because of the fact that they're just really good at now. I mean, not just the team fights, of course, but really great and self-sustaining. Like they're financially self-sustained, they're independent, they can farm the jungle very easily. And we will also fall in that similar category. Oh, Dark.
Who will fall right here? Oh, okay, they see each other right now. The dust will be used. Another chase is starting to happen. Where are you going to go? You shall not run, they say. But Ray immediately goes down to friends. Definitely not making a friend out of him.
Oh, poor Baron. And now with the initiative as well, they're going to make their way to the Roshan. I think this is going to prime time. I think the settings has been set, right? In the fact that, like, okay, great. Tsunami has no means to the clash with us at Roshan. They can try, but nothing's going to happen. Mute is like level 16 against the level 14 Invoken. The person's not too far behind. They're right now blind, and like I said, as long as the IO is in play, there's always going to be global plays, global combats here. So at a given time, the Marcy just comes in for the necessary support. Brings them all back to the Roshan, back at it again. But like I said, you know, Marcy without the ultimate, without the Unleash Shell, this is going to be one of the slowest Roshans that we've seen throughout the entire tournament. Definitely going to take some while. You know, Slala to boost it with corrosive haze, no Ursa, no nothing. Nada.
Yeah, but I was kind of thinking around the IO, right? So look at him, right? It's going to be pretty hard to catch the IO if you gotta think about it. And you mentioned the importance of trying to take him down, but now the problem is that, you know, he can't because it's so difficult to be. It's okay. One thing it's about his own sustainability. Second thing is that he's always latched onto a Marcy, and Marcy will provide him all the protection he needs.
But you see, that's the funny thing, right? Because it's not about Tsunami doesn't want to aim the IO. There's so many times the IO is actually the front lines, let's be honest here, but the damage is overwhelming. Rage Haven is currently not like levels ahead. Look at the Nyx, he's still level 8. The IO is like, the IO and the rest of the squad for the die side for Rage Haven is like double digits at this point here. He's level 13, dude.
Oh no.
So you see, that's what I'm saying. The problem right now stems at the fact that not only are they very soft supports, Nyx and Weaver are not your bulkiest supports here, but they're not just under level, but they just can't withstand the damage. One stun or one slow means death. Oh, good time lapse. Very good time lapse.
Oh.
But yeah, it didn't last too long.
Well, you thought you got away with the timeless, but no, they say. And not only they got one, they probably might get another one as well.
That's
Oh,
true, man.
nice catch. Mute will get a double kill from this. Probably a triple, but no, he's going to let France have that one. Hong Kong is going to be the next one to fall. Just like that. 3 players for the side of Tsunami. Taking out the game.
Dude, you see it. Okay, if we talk about facts. Oh yeah, he got the scepter as well, so it's so pain.
Oh man.
And also it comes with Silence Pulse, so it's nowhere to run now, can ya?
Up, here comes the dust.
Oh,
and
they
he
spotted
definitely
out.
saw him. Yep, it's just a matter of time right now. Okay, tries to keep me away, but look at the damage, man.
Yeah, we'll win. Oh, this is a beautiful rebound. 2-man 2. Like, you know, we were just talking about like lack of stance and everything, right? But it doesn't matter when you're in such a lead, right? And you have so much slows from, you got the rebound, you got the dispose, you got the demonic purge. I think the craziest one is the demonic purge. And I mean, solo blind from the corner is pretty okay. Oh, okay, GG is the call, ladies and gentlemen. The game is long and over.
Whoa.
The scoreline is
Okay.
30-4. It's not. It's a 26-minute game. They have a 21,000 goal lead. Totally on. They figured out, yeah, there's just no way to come. And there's no space in the Morphin to farm. No way for the Evoker to really bring back the game as well. The supports just can't withstand the damage. The lead is too much. They just figured out, you know, instead of dragging out this game, let's just prep for the next game. Reset the mentality. Figure out how they want to bring this back with the drafting wise. But at least
I was actually about to get to the conversation about like, okay, what does it take for them to make a comeback here? But they call GG, and you know, then it's, you know, we don't even need to talk about it then.
we could still talk about it, you know, that kind of thing where, you know, like it's called going to a new game and get a new mindset. Because like I said, you know, a lot of these teams are going up against for the first time. Like I said, not a lot of intel for you to go off with. Sure, you got VODs from the last 2 weekends of broadcast, but you know that sometimes is not really necessary enough. You know, sometimes you really need to you need to experience it head on to really get a good feel of like what was the actual state of all these teams that went up against teams like Rage Haven, for example, here. So in this case, a very clear cut, you know, that's the beauty about best of threes, right? First game is always pretty much like maybe for some teams, especially when you're going up against a new team or a team you've never seen before or have any or information on. First game is usually like touching the water, you know, you get a good idea, you get a good feel, right? But then now I guess, you know, pretty much they're like, you know, we already like prepared, because it's not to say they weren't prepared for Rage Haven. You already saw from the drafting phase. They banned out Mutes Londro, they banned out Mutes Shadowfiend as well. They already got a rough idea of like what they're going up against. The problem is, were they prepared for it enough? Unfortunately, it wasn't enough apparently. So hopefully the second game, they're going to be prepared for really unorthodox ways. I think that's the one of the more important things. When you go up against the teams like Rage Haven, I think really prepare for the unexpected one, because like it's something like the situation with Sumir's Lashrak picks, right, in the safe lane. Like it doesn't, like you don't commonly see Lashrak in the safe lane role, but it just fits because it fits with the whole composition, like with the timings, the play style, the rotation, or I guess team fight engagement as well. It just fits as a whole, you know, it's just circumference. And I think Rage Haven is really strong because everything, they're just playing it as a full team here. There's not going to be that one guy that's going to be overly farming, or everyone's going to be joining the fray, that kind of thing. So I think that's something that's like one of the few advantages and strength of Rage Haven. And this is something this during this time for Team Tsunami to try to figure out how they can put the pin in this, how they can really slow things down here.
Well, speaking about slow, that's definitely not the name of the game in this round. You get the highlights from the previous round, and it was really, really all in. Fight after fight after fight, pick off after pick off for Rage Haven. And one of the main reasons is like what you said, because of the IO. The IO allows them to have this global presence that they can just do the pick off and get back onto their own business.
I mean, yeah. I mean, at the same time, I also feel like everyone really just did their part. Like, everyone really did their roles. And the playstyle that they played wasn't like the more common ones. It's not like, you know, like your typical, okay, I'm just going to go clear out the waves, get the levels, go back to the farm. No, their Rage Haven was very fast-paced. They're very aggressive. They're always looking for fights. They didn't want to drag out the game longer than it is necessary as well, because like, even on book, if we talk about like a late game Marcy against a late game Morphling, we already know what's the kind of outcome is going to be like that for sure. So not gonna allow facts to determine their game or how they're gonna interact it as well. They just keep the pace on. They're in a lead. There is no reason for them to stop with their lead or give them a breathing room. No, they're just gonna keep fighting. And all their combos and all their drafting and all their composition always allows this kind of scaling, allow this kind of fast-paced movements around the map as well. They don't really like the idea like, okay, one guy's just gonna be like a hardcore farmer. There's like no Terrorblade picks from them. I guarantee you there's not gonna be a Terrorblade pick coming from Rage Haven at all, no. It's all gonna be very fast-paced as well.
Well, and of course, that is because of our MVP this time, which is the Marcy
France,
with the 9114 KDA. And I would say that the Marcy is well supported by IO. So the heart of this all is definitely IO. And because of their combination that wreck a lot of havoc, especially at the top lane, that allowed the Mars to have a lot of space. The moment he found out his Blink Dagger, you can see that the responsibility changes to Mars. Like he becomes the one to lead the charge, tries to find the next target to come up with the arena, and they just all jump in onto that one target. So they have this continuous flow of transition from like the early game to the mid game to even the late game, but we didn't really go that late also to the mid game, and the game is over.
Yep. Man. It's been pretty swell. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be taking some time to really think about it. Same goes for the team as well. But while we're taking a step back to really think about not just for the teams, but even for us cast as well, I also want to give an opportunity for you viewers to also check things out, because let's be honest, SirCloud, recently Samsung just released they released their new 2024 monitor models as well. And at the same time, I'm talking from experience. I'm not gonna lie. I have this monitor at home that I've been using for 9 years now. And I thought, like, this is how all the monitors going to be. Like, maybe a little bit brighter, a little bit more stunning because, mine's relatively old. But when I saw the Samsung Odyssey OLED GE, let me tell you something. It felt like I've been standing the whole time and I just sat down. That's just how I felt when I saw how clear cut the monitor is, because this is no LED monitor, Sir Carl. This utilizing OLED technology. It also comes with the anti-glare technology as well. So you're going to be having a lot more stunning play, smooth transitioning of your gameplays, more immersive gameplay, which is exactly what we're all looking for, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, as gamers, it's not only about the whatever that you just said, but also about taking care of your eyesight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that glare-free technology does help in taking care of your eyesight as well, because naturally as gamers, you'll be looking at the screen for a long, long time. So those sort of features definitely do help you to game longer, less fatigue, and also game better, of course, with a lot more focus.
Yep. And it's also a 32-inch with 240 Hz refresh rate with a response time of 0.03 ms as well. So really big, really fantastic. And we, of course, utilizing OLED technology. And don't forget, this is for the G8 and G6 series, they are actually a flat screen. So it's not like the predecessor, the traditional with the curve one. This is going to be a flat screen. So it's perfect also for any of you FPS players out there. So something nice for you to pick up too. And it also comes with smart TV. So you can be relaxed. It's really nice and big enough for you to watch your movies. It's also something you guys actually play up with. Something well done coming from Samsung. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for us. And of course, do check out the monitor while you have the time. But we're going to be taking a quick short one, but don't go away for too long. The conclusion for our last series of today is going to be coming to you guys right after this.
when it click through. Try to send this box to be a so big run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a so big run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a so big run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when it click through. Try to send this box to be a Woo! drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so pure. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when the click through. Send this box to be a slow beat ride.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Samsung Odyssey Cup Campus Elite. Together with me, Sir Cloud, as well as my wonderful buddy here, Mr. YOLO Lee, aka Leonard. And we just saw the game, the match between Team Tsunami versus Rich Haven. And it was a very dominant game by Rich Haven overall.
Yeah, it really was. Like, there was definitely, I believe there was a plan for Team Tsunami side, but it same goes for Rich Haven. I think this has been a long-standing a clash between ideals, right? Because we have seen teams who definitely prefer the long drawn game, right? The kind of thing where, you know, they're able to turtle things out, able to withstand any kind of resistance coming from or any early ganks. But there's also teams who prefer to just be really highly aggressive team competition, just constantly look for a fight, try to set up the pace, and that was something that Rich Haven has been utilizing and has found great success with as well. Even forcing teams to just have to succumb to defeat here, even way before the game has long ended or even passed towards the late game here. So anyway, this is the updated bracket as well. So Victory Pal was the first team to secure themselves in the upper bracket finals. Rich, we're currently casting our last series for the day one of the playoffs here, but Rich Haven is currently 1 point in the lead and only require one more point before they move forward to the upper bracket finals. That's only if Tsunami has managed to find a way to stop the bleeding and bring it all the way to that third game. But anyway, with that being said, Sir Cloud, we got the call. Let's quickly jump into our second drafting of our last series of the day, or potentially the last one as well. We'll just have to see what Tsunami has to say.
And we can see that the Tsunami immediately banned out the IO because of the global presence that was shown earlier on. It's not really about Marcy. Yes, Marcy, the MVP, but it's actually IO was the catalyst behind what would have happened in round one.
Yeah, it's really to keep them to sustain. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you could get pickoffs with both the Nings and the Darkseer in the lane, but I think it's definitely not as it's not as smooth compared to the other lane combination that we have known and seen in the past here. So, and to make matters worse, you have this IO that's like constantly not only enabling the teams in terms of global presence, but also keeping your core in the lane so sustained to literally out-tank all whatever damage or whatever abilities you have. And like I said, Darkseer doesn't have the best mana pool either. So eventually he will be drained out. So, but I don't think if we see a Darkseer in this game again, there's a potential. So he's one of those few off picks that's been constantly on the rise, even in the recent tournament for the Road to the International. We're seeing the rise in Darkseer's picked as well. But I won't say like it's like, oh, Io's a direct counter. No, that's not the case here. It's just that Io just presented itself a little bit too much variables for Tsunami to deal with. So instead of trying to figure out how to deal with it, they just decided to ban it out of the picture as well. So no IO, that's totally fine for them here. So they're gonna get the final ban and will also secure the first pick here. So as usual, banning out Mute's two casual picks here. They have two mid heroes, both the Lone Druid and the Shadowfiend, and also this time with a readjustment as they get rid of the IO here. Rage Haven, they don't want to take the chance of the Weaver. I think they were just somewhat reminded like, oh, you know, Weaver is also in the game. We forgot to ban him out here. But that is a very bold start. I'm going to say it right now. A very bold start as he started with the Storm Spirit. But of course, Rage Haven not too far behind. Also joining in the boldness here. Mute. I expect nothing less from Mute here. Their team captain here. So cool as he not. I was a little bit concerned when you picked into the Storm Spirit. Right? Now Tsunami has a lot of ways to really try to ban out a lot of heroes that doesn't go. There's some, I won't say counters, but really ways to shut down the Storm really heavily as well. There's too much, I'll be honest with you. There's a lot to get rid of. But it's fine. Rage Haven is going to be picking in the park another elusive hero. But, you know, since there is still 3 additional bans, so there is ways also for Tsunami to try to figure out how they want to play and try to lock down the park.
Yeah, one is lock down the park. The other one is, well, locking down the Storm Spirit. And the park is a perfect hero to lock down the Storm Spirit. I mean, with the silence, with the Dream Coil. I don't know about this. Storm Spirit is going to have a difficult time.
I mean, difficult time indeed. I mean, and the worst part about it, in terms of like, don't get me wrong, Storm is great for rotation as well. But the problem is his timing for rotation is definitely a lot longer compared to the Puck. The Puck is a little bit earlier and also a little bit more cost efficient. Because Storm, just from wherever he's positioned when he commits his ultimate, just to get to initiate into those ganks, right? He's gonna be utilizing a lot of mana here compared to the Puck here. Puck is a little bit more cost efficient here.
5
This case here,
seconds
and he's also a
remaining.
lot more faster. So, and if someone meets a Mute's play style as well, and then we saw Mute playing the Puck as well. Oh my god, his right click Puck,
Radiant team pick.
almost unkillable, and almost like
Dire
does the
team
most amount of damage in the game. It's insane to me.
Maiden.
The Crystal Maiden one is a little bit of an interesting pick for me because like there is also like, don't get me wrong, there are definitely a lot more priority or better post 5 in the pool here. And sure, her ultimate is great for team fights. It's a
10
massive
seconds
AoE. You can
remaining.
also jungle with the ultimate as well. Her Frostbite is
Dire
also
team
pretty great for jungling. And I guess you could somewhat play off with a passive, the Arcane Aura, to give like the additional mana regen to the rest of the team here. But her laning phase, sure, you can get some high Q potential with certain safe lane cores. But also do take into account, like Crystal Maiden doesn't really have the best mana
10
pool
seconds
either. Like
remaining.
I think just utilizing 2 skills and then that's pretty much she's out of mana here. So
5 seconds
you either
remaining.
really have to max out that Arcane Aura to really get that, at least that decent amount of mana regen. But Rubik has always been that traditional post 4 pick, so this has been pretty great so far.
Yeah, so the Rubik, pretty flexible pick, I must say, but of course, it's also really situational, right? It also depends on the user, like whatever skills that you're able to steal away, are you able to use it at that situation as well? And at least from between the Puck and also the Crystal Maiden, obviously the Puck would have more useful utilities, especially with the Dream Call. If he's able to steal that away, it will be a good counter towards Crystal Maiden and also any other softer heroes that Red Haven might pull out.
I mean, the Frostbite is also, I mean, there's, I just did two heroes, so there's a lot of abilities you can play off with. So, like, and Rubik post 4, I mean, not just the spell steals, right? It's also the ability to just constantly like poke down on Raz, right? Even before this patch, Rubik has like been one of the like few go-to post 4 picks as well. So it's been pretty standard so far. And the thing is, it's not a bad pick either. It's more like a safer pick.
Radiant team
And usually, if there was no Storm Spirit, one could usually assume like, okay, there's gonna be like, could potentially be a mid Rubik depending how the game goes. But now we know there's a Storm, so it's gonna be a mid Storm. It's gonna be a post 4 Rubik. Could be a post 5 depending who's the next hero pick. Nice Stalker, I love the pick. It's been on the rise for one of the top offlaners as well.
10
He
seconds
also has
remaining.
he's also one of the top 3 best heroes to provide vision in terms of fights.
5 seconds remaining.
And of course, his silence is always fantastic for any channel heroes. You're great to cancel out the Crystal Maiden as well. You're great for hunting supports. The Puck you won't be able to control it for too long with the silence, but it's definitely something nice to have. And with the rise of the Orchid item, Orchid has been one of the few go-to items for most costs and even offlane as well. Great mana regen has been one of the meta items too. It's also something that's really nice to pick up with the Night Stalker if the game is going well for him.
We did talk about like Crystal Night Stalker being one of the interesting picks, and finally we do get to see it. And this also means that with the cancellation, with the silence that's able to cancel like channeling abilities, Freezing Field will be one of those abilities that the Night Stalker can cancel. But with the presence of a Razor here, oh man, even if Night Stalker goes for Crystal Maiden, goes all the way back, the Razor can protect Crystal Maiden easily.
Yeah, it's been like Razor is just one of those few heroes like
10
really great
seconds
running down. It
remaining.
fits with the playstyle for Rage Haven, but also at the same time it does send a message towards Night Stalker, right? Like hey, you know, you wanna get close to my cause, you wanna go to my team, you're definitely gonna be paying the price for it. He's not gonna be able to maintain the silence for too long as well because of the Razor. So it's been pretty great. There's definitely going to be some breeding room for sure. The Dark Widow is fantastic against a Night Stalker. Like I
10
said, any
seconds
mobility
remaining.
heroes, Night Stalkers, Centaurs, Spirit Breakers, and Primal
5
Beasts, they just
seconds
don't like
remaining.
to deal with the Bramble. It's such a nuisance to deal with. It's such a massive AoE as well. And Thorn Crown to make sure once he gets a shard, it spawns even more Bramble. So yeah, you know, that's so much things to deal with here. But they're so soft. I'm just going to say it right now. 3 of their heroes already are so soft. You get on top of them, they're pretty much shredded here. So that's something you do need to take into account for. And I do prefer a little bit more initiative because we've seen Razor being the safe laner as well, coming from
Radiant
even in the
team
scene, not just from
back.
Rich Haven, but even in the scene here. So I would love a really more secure initiator for the side for Rich Haven, because at least something to enable them even further here. Because I don't think you want to have the Razor to run head first into the fight here. I mean, if Mute is having a good game, he probably would jump in first, but they definitely prefer someone
10
to
seconds
start ignoring as their off laner here. We might see a really few good options like the
5
Centaurs are
seconds
really good to
remaining.
outrun the Dark Ascension. Storm Spirit also really good to get them out in a tight situation as well. If they want to go for Centaur, there's still the Dragon Knight, but I'm not sure whether the Dragon Knight would fit with their play style. I mean, they could bring it out, but I don't think they will. Mars is still there if they also want to bring it too. But of course, Tsunami going for the respective bans. They already figure out, yeah, Rage Haven, they need an offlaner, so they're also starting to ban some offlaners too.
Yeah, and if Rachel picks Mars again, I mean, he can combo with the puck. You imagine, like, you put in the, you start off with the Arena, and then you put in the Dream Call together with it. I mean, that's a very strong combo there. And then you have the Dark
Radiant
Willow with the
team
Bramble
back.
Maze. It's just total lockdown for whoever is caught in the Arena.
Yep. They do need one more support. Would love a really massive team fight support. I would normally say Phoenix, but I would say they don't have
Dire
8 hitters.
team
I mean, they're all ranged, so they're pretty decent 8 hitters. But they just need something to really play off with it. But so they decided to ban out the Venomancer here, which is really great in the lane. Good decent amount slow. His new facet allows him to allow his Noxus play to actually proc twice. That's ridiculous to me actually.
10
And you try to
seconds
purge the
remaining.
Venomous Gale, you get stunned on the spot, which is something that could prove quite
5
pivotal,
seconds
especially when you're going up against the puck who will try to purge out the slow. And of course, a good ban coming in for Tsunami is to get rid of the Centaur here.
So the Mars is still open for Rage Haven. So just putting it out there. And the fact that they
Primal
actually...
Beast is also still there too.
Oh, yeah.
10 seconds.
As long
remaining.
as it's a big beefy initiator, it would work for a Rage Haven at this
5
point. But anyway,
seconds
Tsunami is going to
remaining.
make the final pick before we move on to Rage Haven. And if we look at some of the bans here, what
Actually,
utility support? That's what they need. They need someone who's able to pull up those stunts or those CCs in team fights.
I mean, if you want, they could go for Disruptor. Like, it's
Radiant
the
team
surefire way to really lock in the puck if they want to, but no. They're just gonna bring in a little bit more control, a little more initiation as well, a little bit more surefire. And Tasca also is also a great roamer, so maybe post 4 Tasca, we'll see how the pick goes. Right? It could be a post 5 Rubik in the end.
10 seconds remaining.
Last pick here coming in from our dear Rage Haven. What is the option? They go for the Meepo. Okay, who is this Meepo? Okay, so it's the safe lane Meepo. France is their safe laner. It's gonna be with the safe lane Meepo and Mute with the puck. And it is gonna be the off lane Razor. So okay, yeah. So like I said, very flexible Razor can go either way. So they just decide since they will get the last pick here. So they figured all right, we still have we have choices, we have options. So Meepo also great initiator. Also great initiator once he gets online, especially once he gets those stats. There's no real, there's not a lot of massive AoE. Maybe once the Storm Spirit gets the Scepter, then we might see something. Maybe we can see something he can play off with it as well. Decent amount of nukes if they concentrate fire on the Meepo, but like I say, it's not just the Meepo. There's always going to be someone behind the lines. There's going to be support. You got great team fights coming for Rage Haven. You got really annoying abilities to slow you down. So CC from the Dark Willow. And the puck, well, they guarantee, there's no guaranteed stuns, okay? Snowball still got travel time, maybe Storm Spirit, maybe Rubik's Lift. That's before way before he gets the BKB. Yeah, so it's either the Electric Vortex or the Lift for the Rubik here. Sure, if you can get the Silencer, that'd be great, but there's always going to be the problem with the Razor or the Crystal Maiden with the Frostbite as well, if he has the cast range for it too. But like I said, Dota has always been a game where no matter what kind of competition you have or the team has, it always comes down to how you play the game. So we might see quite the surprise. But I'm still having my money on Rage Haven. I feel it feels like the timings that they have it feels a lot more better compared to the side of a Tsunami here. Will Tsunami, Sir Cloud, will Tsunami be able to pull it through or get washed away here? We'll just have to see.
Yeah, and I could understand why they didn't pick the Mars towards the end, because you don't want to be countered by an arena
Rubik?
from by the Rubik, right? Who can come up with the arena of themselves and just do like U-turn stuff.
I mean, it's all right. You know, it's not like a static storm. So I mean, it's definitely a great spell to steal, but I won't say it's game changing. But if it's like, but if it was a static storm, then yeah, oh yeah, that's game changing. it's horrifying. But you know, the teams has made the call. This is how they want to play out the game, and this is the final round as well. Or potentially could be the comeback one as we go the distance here to game 3. Teams are grouped up. By the way, that is a lot of cages for skin for Razor. There's a lot of change in cages, man. Like, well, like what's happening there, buddy? Like it's definitely the jail of the dam here, but like still, dang. They're having this like, what is this? What do you call it? Like the what's that dance? The one they all stick in one line circle. What was it called?
What dance is that?
Yeah, you know, it's like that. I'm not too sure. I forgot.
Okay, I'm just too old for that. But they're definitely not too old for this. Looking for their first blood, straight going up to the high ground, and Hong Kong might be the first one to fall. And yes, first blood drawn by Eno. And not only the first blood, they're looking for more. Wen might be the next target. And yes, they will get Wen as well. So 2 kills. No rampage like what you've seen before, but still, this sort of start is, ooh, wow.
The battle begins.
Oh man, what a game! You know, I think it's called the line dance, right? But anyway, this is a very good initiation. I definitely didn't expect it to the very last second. They thought they could try to take the fight head on, but like I say, you know, it's too much burst initially. I mean, okay, let me think of it. You have Void. No, I don't think he went for the Void. You have Plaza Fields into the Bramble. Yeah, there's just too much CC on Rage Haven. They'll definitely win out the early fight for sure.
Well,
It's hard.
so that's going to be the first 2 kills for Rage Haven. Another good start, just like how they had early on.
Yeah. And the bonus EXP is going to be great. It's going to definitely enable us in some of these lanes here. And Night Stalker, he actually, if you notice right, it's currently nighttime in in this timing as well. So that's because of the facet for the Night Stalker, as that's called Night Rain. He has 2 facets. One is the Void one, and the other one is the Night Rain. So basically, what this does, Sir Cloud, is that it changed the time zone. So the early game is a lot more better for the Night Stalker. It allows him to farm a little bit more better. He has higher mobility, better attack speed. Allows him to actually have a lot more head-on clash, a lot more better compared to the usual, like the traditional Night Stalker.
Okay, all right. Almost got Don't Call Me God, but Eno is there with the Bramble Mace to protect him.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy for him to maximize the static link, because like every time he gets a static link on the Morphling on Mel here, he's going to be able to waveform out of it and just break that link. So Eno, I mean, I have trusted Eno's Bramble placement, really great Bramble placement. So maybe he's going to be able to allow the Razor, won't be able to get the maximum duration, but at least get the majority out of the damage steps here. On mid, oh man, the pokes is real. It's so real. Like even with the facet, with the sliding remnant from the Storm Spirit, it's still not enough. Because your attack range is not as far. It's pretty much quite even or superior. The Pox attack range is either equal or more superior than the Storm Spirit one. So, and Illusionary Orb is always great additional damages. So, oh god, there he goes.
Okay, just like that. I mean, he made it look so casual.
You see, no, this is what I'm saying, Sir Cloud. It's cool to see Mute playing like utility passive heroes, right? Playmaking heroes, but you need to see him playing like those really aggressive damage dealing ones, like the Puck. You will see how scary this guy can be. It's amazing, man.
The fact that they let Puck go, hopefully they have a solution to that. But on top, Wen being chased up behind, taking a lot of damage as well. And that's pretty much all he can do until he recovers back before he can get back onto lane.
Yeah. The top, I don't think will, like, you need to see Mel make a very big mistake for the Razor to actually get the kill on the Morphling. So I don't think you're going to be seeing that too often here. It's getting a decent amount of damage up to though.
Oh no. There you go. Here comes the chase. The static link is still active though. Don't call me God. A little bit of block here by Wen. No call me God. Tries to make that U-turn. And Wen is in trouble. There you go. Straightforward kill there by Eno. So that's going to be their 5th kill in this game.
Yeah. That was a really big kill. Could get the pick up a Mel, but at least we'll be able to get it on top of the Tasca, who doesn't really have a lot of escape capabilities as well. So good pick off, good trade, good prioritization as well. But since he spawned, definitely reset the bottom for our dear Buku in the mid lane who's playing the Storm Spirit. Oh, the ball side. Oh, good net. There's so much control of the ball lane if you think about it like there's 2 nets into the Frostbite. That's so basically you're gonna be able to lock anybody for over 6 seconds long. That's insane to me.
Oh, but you don't need to knock Buku though.
Buku just TP'd back in. Okay,
He just appeared.
Can you get the pick up a win? No way. No way, Mute. You gotta stop that. No.
Dream call. Where is he gonna go right now? He's gonna go straight in, and Milt is still gonna get the kill.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
it doesn't matter. Wait, he survives? What?
Yeah, of course he survives. You're the illusionary all about, buddy.
Oh my goodness, that was so fast, so slick.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, especially with the pickoff on the Storm for the 2nd time, he got the bonus EXP to actually get the Dream Coil out too. So, and now bottom. Even though it's nighttime, there's still a little bit too many meeples to deal with.
Oh, look at that. Net after net after net. Hong Kong, where you gonna go? Okay, they almost hit it though, Hong Kong.
Oh!
Thanks to the trees, thanks to the nighttime. Let's give it a little bit more advantage navigating through the forest and back up a run just in time. But back onto the top lane, another kill this time. And Eno is on the killing spree.
Yeah, I really wanted to see. I was more curious about the Morphling kill. I was wondering how they got it off. So, yeah, so I think most likely courtesy of Eno. Well done. Well done for beautiful placement on the Bramble coming in from the Dark Wheeler. And now another mid rotation as well. Yep, not gonna find anyone. The Tasca was able to spot out Eno in time, thankfully. And they also have their own personal river ward, so we'll be able to see him from quite a distance. But the Bramble still managed to connect, got the silence off.
Straight onto the back line, and Milt is on a mega kill. And we're not even 60 minutes into the game, and he's looking for his next kill. Baron shows up. Oh no, I'm not sure if this is going to be a good position for Baron. He will be caught in between at least 2 players for the side of Rich Haven. Baron takes a lot of damage. Eno now has the mana to come up with another Bramble Maze, and Baron will be taken out. Just like that. Mule again, unstoppable in 6 minutes.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, he's really
is
on
under
a roll. Now you got the Arcane Rune as well. Resets the bottle. Storm Spirit, you got hit by the Cursed Crown and also an Arcane Rune on top of the Pakia. His illusionary orb is going to be on such a low cooldown. It's insane to me. So now he's going to be taking the damage head on so far.
Oh, Eno is not dominating, and he's looking for his next kill though. When very low on damage, and Milt, he's just going back and forth, just ignoring the tower totally. It's like the tower didn't exist.
It wasn't existing in the first place. What are you talking about?
Oh man.
And the worst part about it, because of the he's waning
Dire's
rift,
bottom tower is under attack.
because of its waning rift ability paired with his fast set, so he's gonna be able to pull in anyone who gets hit by it as well.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
We see a little bit of a chat going on there. The only
Yeah,
one that I could read is
I can't read Thai. Can you read Thai?
the only one I could read is the 555. It's a ha 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 in Thai. So basically
Really?
they're laughing about
555
something.
is laughing?
Yeah, it's you pronounce 5 as ha in Thailand, in Thai.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay,
So that's why they type like 555. It means like ha ha ha.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay, that I can read. Sorry.
Oh, well,
Oh God.
you could definitely read what's going to happen here. For sure, Mir is going to get his next kill, and it's on a wicked sick run now. And Wenner just arrived. Oh man, don't know if this is going to be a good idea, but he has to get out of this. But where can he go? Can Mooney move forward, and now he's going to be among Eno as well as Milt. And this duo is just not going to give him the space to even breathe at all. And same goes for Baron. He's going to be the next target. Bramble makes to stop Baron, but thanks to the tower, it will kind of force Mew to leave the space for Baron to reset. But here comes Buku from the side. And Buku, what? He's on the Mew. Mew is still alive. Wait a second, Mew. Eno with the block. On the Buku finding it hard to just take down Mew. But wait a second, it's not over yet. Look at the U-turn. Mew, what are you doing? What is happening? Okay, Homer is coming and finally Mew goes down.
Too much bluster.
Oh man, that took forever. That took so much from Tsunami just to take down Mew finally.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It just
Man,
keeps
that was
getting better.
insane stuff. My
Dire's
goodness,
top tower
that was
is under
oh
attack.
wow. Okay, man. Like how many heroes came? Like 2, 3 heroes
It just keeps getting better.
came down just to try to take out Mew, and even so, in the process, they like lost like 3 or 4 of them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and you're back, ladies and gentlemen. And man,
No, yeah, no.
that was crazy commitment from Mew.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, he's been juking overlords, he's been juking all the right clicks coming for the storm space. It's insane. I mean, he finally dies because of the silence, because he has no BKB and he's so slow. But that doesn't matter.
Oh, that
Fran.
fight's not over yet now. Now we have
Fran
another new
did,
fight.
yeah.
And Fran, oh, okay. Hong Kong Wen got 1 each though. So at least they pulled back at least 2 kills. But one of them is a Crystal Maiden. Okay, but Mute again, Mute! 1v1. Better get out to safety, but nope. Not going to be able to run at all.
The more
Man, this
Dire's
guy
top
is
tower
just
is under attack.
unstoppable at this moment.
the Morphos level 6? What level is the Razor? Okay, hold on. Again with the Raining Rift.
Oh, here we go. In the middle. Oh, okay. Snowballing at the wrong timing when immediately the moment he landed,
Oh man,
it's deleted
I mean, Sir
from the
Cloud,
game.
Sir Cloud, I guess you could say won't really roll into that one, eh?
Hey, but hey, okay. So this is the counter for Puck. Is there enough time? No, not enough time. Not enough damage.
Good save.
Hong Wong. Oh, mission failed. And now he was going for the case, but Uglier. Could have been the next one to fall for sure. No way for Uglier to survive that. And Mute, he stayed back to save his teammate. I mean, that's the brotherhood there by Mute.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The only problem right now would just be the silence. I think that's the surefire way. And the electric vortex. Like electric vortex, lift, and silence is the only way you can get. Snowball, sure, but it feels like you can really get out of it in time. Yeah, it's just really those 3 abilities that can really try to pull it off. But the Razor,
Radiant's middle tower
okay, so
is under attack.
I don't know what happened to that top side, but I think Eno did some real heavy lifting there. Eno, who was being the Dark Willow, that's some really good stuff.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh, all in. Onto one target. They managed to get one out of Puku, but they're looking for the next target. Look at Wen. Wen is being chased down. Wen. Oh, Snowball at the right timing, but will that be able to save him? The answer is definitely not.
Yeah.
Definitely
No.
not. Wen will go down.
Oh no, he is so dead. If you notice as well, Sir Cloud, not only is the Razor the second top highest net worth, but he already has an Orchid. Oh yes. The Storm Spirit now has a lot of things to problem. Courier! Get out of the fight, Courier! You're flying.
Save yourself.
You're flying into a thunderstorm, Courier. I mean, Observer, can we check inside the Courier? Like, what's the? It has to be like some game-changing items.
Yeah. A smoke.
Ah,
Yep. Oh man, they called on the courier for a smoke when they were sieged down
yeah, that's not gonna stop.
by the side of Rage Haven.
Dire's bottom
Okay, for a
tower
second there, I
is
thought
under
Mute
attack.
might just commit for it. It felt like a Mute moment, but oh man, Mute already has a Witchblade. Jesus.
Oh.
The Morphling is level 7. The Razor is 3 levels ahead of him. Yo, Eno is like, Eno the Dark Wheeler. What did you do, man? What did you do to buff up your Razor? Like, what happened to the lane? Oh,
Well-
but then again also the Tuskar did leave the Morphling to be alone for quite a long time as well, and I think it's understandable because your mid is suffering so heavily, and Mute is not even cutting any corners. He's like every time the Storm TP's back in, the Mute is like, all right, round 2, round 3, round 4. It feels like an unending cycle of life and death. This is just one of those situations why immortal, like all those immortals, like not the rank immortal, like actual immortals, just wish to just die, just let it end. It's just torture, absolute torture.
And you know what? We've been putting so much focus on the Mute in the middle. Like, we didn't really get to see much of what happens, like, on the side lanes.
You know-
Like, by the time you know it, it's like, oh, the Razor is already, like, what, 6.5k net worth?
Dude,
And the Meepo is, like, 5.9k?
I mean, hey, come on, they're not doing anything. Don't get me wrong. Like, both of them are pretty great players, but Mute is just hogging all the action. I mean, for a fairy dragon, he is not cute at all. No way. Not
didn't see
cute
that
at all. He's so devastating. Like, okay, think with this way, right, Sir Cloud. Like, Mute, he's okay. While he is not doing his tempo setting in the other lanes, his presence in the mid, like doing so much damage to the Storm, just constantly just picking him up every time he respawn, is forcing the other lane supports to come in. It's forcing the off laners to TP. It's forcing everyone to abandon their original lanes here, and by doing so, it's creating so much space. Win is only level 5.
Oh, yeah.
And he's the one, like I said, he has no choice but to babysit the Storm. He just can't leave him alone.
Radiant are
Yeah,
scanning.
and the amount of space created, like what we saw earlier on, Tsunami had to like commit like 4-5 heroes just to try to take down Mute. Imagine that
Oh,
level
he
of
got the
space, but now looks like they found him. But okay, the 4 staff will not be able to save him. But oh, wait a second, enough time was spawned.
I can't believe
And now Mute is still alive, and now the counter Uten comes in. Uglia gets a double kill immediately. And this will be a disaster for Tsunami. As much as they started an engagement, but they could not finish it.
Expected.
No, it was definitely a good buy with the 4 staff as well. Like, I mean that's the only way, right? It's like how when you have a Riki in your game, you have a Night Stalker in your game, you have a Slug in your game, the first thing that comes to my mind is, oh yeah, you need a 4 star.
I've got goose.
4 star is the only way to save your game. So goodbye. But also, but then at the same time, good spell steal from the Rubiger. He actually had the Bramble, and he did caught the puck and latch him back in again. But the terrorize coming from there's something I feel like while Mute is hogging in all the spotlight, I feel like is like he needs to get bonus time. I feel he needs to get paid like extra here. Oh, good reaction on the strength stats.
Dire's top
Okay,
tower
managed
is
to get
under
away to
attack.
safety for now, that is, but there's a lot of indication that Rich Haven is like on the other side, really, really close by, but they don't have the information of like how many of them are there exactly. As you can see that Razor is actually in the top jungle, but now engagement again onto Mute. This time around, Mute is definitely not able to get away. No backup close by, and finally they got Mute.
Oh, but it took 4 people.
Radiant are scanning.
Way more than you were hoping for, but like I say, this is just one of those situations where you just have no choice. When you have your back against the wall, you just have to commit everything you can because even though sure, everyone's committed to kill the puck, but he is still the top of the net worth and the highest level. You're gonna definitely get some really good trades in EXP and gold out of it. But of course, Rich Haven still 9,000 gold lead here. And then, like I said, Razor has the Orchid in hand, so this Storm Spirit, there's no way for him to outrun this. No way.
Yep, pretty straightforward with the Orchid there and also the Static Link. It's going to be a quick kill at the top, and that will also allow them to take down the top tower.
Still, Sir Cloud, is there any, before we continue on, is there any particular favorite hero do you have? I know Flavor loves the Coddle for some reason, but what about you? Any favorite heroes, like go-tos? Does it have to be meta? Just like at the top of your head, your favorite hero.
Wow. Okay. Omni Knight for sure. If you read my book. But anyway. Yeah, but it's
Really? I thought it just
nerfed
meant-
and nerfed.
I thought it was just
No.
mostly just you like talking like, okay, you like playing. I didn't know it's like your favorite team. Oh, okay.
Oh, it is. I do love an Omni Knight here. Just like how Friends loves his kill. Just like that, casually getting a kill, getting pickoffs. And Tsunami, they have no answer to it.
I've got goosebumps.
I mean, what kind of answer can you prep for yourself? Like your hope to really bounce back was just to have your cross farm in the other lanes, but with such high, like I said, Puck is an elusive. He falls in the category of elusive for a reason, right? So, and Razor it's also like I said, fast pace, able to run them down, no pros at all. And then Meepo, we're just waiting for him to get like an additional item or two, and then next he's also just going to start roaming around the whole map.
Oh man, Dream Call, everything, you name it. By the time I even finished my sentence, by the time I was even able to finish my sentence,
that's-
immediately Lemmy got taken out.
It's a problem. It's a real problem because he doesn't have the manta to purge the silence, and he's midway of his Lincolns as he bought the Perseverance, I think, for the Morphling. So there's just no real way for him to really purge the silence. So whenever he gets Orchid, that's just pretty much it.
Oh, okay, this could be a chance, but they won't have enough time. But the 4-star, that's going to be a good safety net there for Puck himself. And a Mew with the 4-star, I mean, that's going to make him even more unkillable.
Yeah, you really need the Rubik to be in position to follow up with the 4-star escape, or maybe the Storms with the Electric Vortex. So. Oh yeah, what a good prediction. That was nice.
Wow.
That was good. Yep, that was good. Not sure whether the dark ascension was needed, but very good prediction.
Well, second time's the charm, they say, and finally got it after the second attempt. But they still need more than that. But like what you said, right? They committed like 4 or 5, but they have to do it at some point as well.
The cost for the Razor is insane, dude. Do you see that? Like even before he even got in range for the static link, he's already able to Orchid the Morphling? What? That's so far. Jesus.
Well, looks like the follow-up will happen right now with the Bramble Maze and everything else together with the net. And by the time, again, I finished, before I was able to finish my sentence, like the kill happened.
He so needs the Manta. He so needs the Manta. Like,
Dire's
The Morphling.
structures are fortified.
You will make a nice.
I think he only has a Perseverance right now, the Morphling. Oh, good Orchid on the CM.
Oh, good catch there, but then again, the backup is around. But the Bramble Maze especially caught 2 of them for the side of Tsunami. And that gave Don't Call Me God a double kill.
Yeah, I feel Eno's not being paid enough, really. Like, positioning of the Bramble. I mean, the cast range for Dark Widow is relatively far in the first place, right? Especially since we're no longer like the previous Dark Widow where you go with like those core builds with the scepters and damage as well, or attack speed. No more already. We're more towards the Dark Widow 2.0 one, which is just get the Aether Lance, just go full support with this. Because your cast range for your Bramble is insanely far, and your facets allows you to get a lot more CCs out of it as well. But dang, Eno's placement of our Brambles and Terrorize is just so on point so far. I'm very impressed.
Well, let's see if anyone will be impressed with the smoke move as they find Boku. There you go. Oh, but he's able to get away. Shouldn't be a problem there. The Bramble Maze will not be an issue for him.
Yep. Yeah, other than that, they don't really have any stuns, so they really know where to really lock place the Storm unless he gets rooted first in the first place.
Dire's
So,
middle tower
not very easy, but then again, that's where the Orchid comes into play. I think the Storm is it's gonna take a while for him to really get that BKB out as well. I'm just more concerned about the Morphling's case right now. So, I mean, he is able to weather out the Storm so far. He's able to get back some of the farm, but does he? Well, Zubin, can we check whether he has his Lincolns already? Because I saw he had the Perseverance like a few minutes ago. No, the Morphling. Yeah, thank you. No, he's on the way there. It's like a 300 goal.
Yep. If we can get it in time, because right now the fight's happening at the top. For wicked sake of Don't Call Me God. Get with the double kill that brings him to a monster kill. I mean, by the time we pan over, the fight's over.
Dire's
You
middle
know, Sir Cloud. Usually when we play Dota, everyone's always just saying like, "Oh, prioritize one guy," but no. Rage Haven, everyone's just having their own individual target to find success. And speaking of success, ladies and gentlemen, Tsunami calls GG and Rage Haven cleans out the game. from a surrender before 30 minutes again here. And they will move forward to the upper bracket finals here, sending Tsunami to the lower brackets. Well done, kudos to Rage Haven.
Yeah, pretty similar feeling, I must say, or similar outcome to like the first game.
Oh no!
By the time
I
like
feel
the
so much different.
second tower goes down in the middle, they call GG.
Dude, I tell you this, it's so much different from the first game. The first game is a lot more slower. Definitely a lot more slower. The second game was very one-sided. The Mute's presence, like Mute's presence alone with the puck in the mid lane is causing massive disruption across the entire map. And this is not him roaming around. No, this is just him like just constantly choking out the Storm Spirit out of option. He spawns, he dies, he respawns, TPs, and about to die again. It forces the task to leave the Morphling alone. And like I said, yes, it's pretty difficult for you to kill the Morphling, especially because he has a waveform. He's going to be able to outmaneuver out of the static lanes, right? He's always going to be able to break the chain. So like I said, a lot of responsibility comes to Eno with the Dark Wheeler to really allow him to get majority of that damage stat. But the fact that the Razor was able to get 3 levels ahead of the Morphling, like I said, I don't know what happened to that top side. I don't know what Eno's been doing because we've been constantly watching Mute just like battling out in this 1v3s, 2v3 scenarios. But dang, that Razor. Eno, I don't know what you've been doing, buddy. You see,
Gotta give him a raise, right? Like what you said.
yeah, dude, and look at Mute. He's been juking out, except for the Night Stalker coming in for the silence, right? Mute has been juking out Overlord's right-click damage. So in other words, none of those slow or bonus damage coming from the Storm Spirit has ever connected on Mute. He's pretty much been like, hasn't been touched at all by the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, and there was a lot of commitment for Tsunami towards one player. I mean, yeah, we did talk about it like they need to, they have to. But at the same time, when they do that, that opens up a lot of space for the others, like the Meeple and for the Razor to farm and do their thing towards the later stages of the game. And even though they don't have Mute together with them, like those two farmed up players or heroes can do the job.
Yes, we are. But this was a beautiful terrorize. Like I said, this is one of the many terrorize that we see that's being outputted by Eno. It's just so well placed, and it's so focused to just like perfectly target those that's somewhat of a threat. But this is such a good read. I actually really love this a lot because they saw the lane was about to be cleared out. They saw the illusion out. They just waited for him to just come in here. So this is another beautiful terrorize. Into the brambles. There's just no way for him to run. I think there was also a problem with itemization for the Morphling. I felt like he should just got that Manta out first. Felt like the Manta was was definitely a little bit cheaper compared to the Linkers. I mean, I get it, right? The Linkers for the static lanes, there's a few targeted skills that you can somewhat mitigate with the Linkens. But I feel the impending problem was just this Orchid. Like the Orchid, I'm even surprised. Like thank God for our observer showing the cast range for the Orchid on the Razor. It's just so far. It's even further than the static lane one, which doesn't make sense. Yeah. But either way, of course, MVP is nonetheless. It's gonna be Mute now. It's such an absolute threat. Like while his teammates is just as solid as him, right? But in this game alone, Mute was just a final boss which just couldn't fall.
Well, checking out the bracket here, ladies and gentlemen, in case you somehow just join us, Rage Haven won 2-0 against Tsunami, and they will move on to the upper bracket finals. Another best of 3 that will be playing tomorrow. And for Tsunami, their journey is not out yet. So they will be on the lower bracket. Round 1 that will be played tomorrow as well in the best of 3 series against Shudder, who lost their match against Victory Pals.
Yeah, and so far, just being with this record alone, Rage Haven has not dropped a single game. No, been winning all their series with 2-0 mana. Been pretty dominant as well. But tomorrow's going to be a very exciting one, like, because we still have the teams here. It is a double elimination format for this playoff, so there is still an opportunity for our teams that's currently in the lower bracket to bounce back into the grand finals. But of course, their sole lifeline is no longer available for them here. But right now, an interesting matchup between Rage Haven and Victory Pals is going to be happening tomorrow here. Can't wait to see who actually will be able to be our first grand finalist. Victory Pals, you saw the competition. You saw what's gonna be coming to us, you guys, tomorrow. So I hope you guys are well prepared for it. Speaking of which, Sir Cloud, Are you in need of any updated hardware monitors in particular?
I definitely need something with an ultra fast refresh rate, preferably 360 hertz.
Oh, 360 hertz, no problem there. Samsung just got something right up its alley just for you. It's going to be the Samsung Odyssey OLED G6 as well. It's something I mentioned before. As it is 27 inch. It's definitely a lot more smaller. If you guys are not so keen to that very massive 32 inch of the G8, don't worry. Samsung got you guys covered with the 27 inch Samsung Odyssey OLED G6. It's 27 inch packing with an ultra refresh rate of a whopping 360 hertz with a response time of 0.03 ms. So you're really not missing out here. And don't forget, it also comes with an ergonomic design, so you can actually readjust however you wish. And when you're thinking about like 27 inch, 30, 32 inch, you'll be thinking like, oh great, it's an OLED technology, so it's gonna be a very bulky, really thick monitor. None of that. Actually, that doesn't even matter. The Odyssey OLED actually comes in with a very nice, smooth, slick design. So it is perfect for any of your gaming setup, and also ensures that you're not going to utilize a lot of space to allow you to set up this monitor as well. So if you're looking for something right about 27 inch with really quality gameplay and immersive one with the OLED technology, then Samsung Odyssey OLED G6 just might be the right one for you. But with that being said, Sir Cloud, that's going to be it for us for day one of the players here. More to come for day two, and of course Sunday, Championship Sunday for our grand finals. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Len, also known as Yodely. This is of course Sir Cloud, and I hope you guys have a great day and a great night. See you all.